Okay, it's 11:02, and I'd like to call the special meeting of the Yampa Valley Housing Authority to order. We're going to start in open session and then we'll go into executive session. And we do have our two consultants here with us, and they will be leaving as we go into executive session. We do not have any board members on Zoom, but we do have members of the public and press. So after call to order, public comment. Is there any public comment on an item not on today's agenda? Is anybody raising their hand? Okay.
Kathy, I'd like to make a comment. Sorry, my hand raise isn't working. This is Leah.
I'm sorry. Who is it? Leah. Leah. Oh, yes.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to get on and say that it has been a true pleasure to work with Jason, and I wanted to share that at this meeting. And I also wanted to say that I really hope, in light of the topics on today's agenda, that there is a robust plan in place to support our current staff members given the discussion that is taking place. And thank you guys all for your hard work.
Thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you. Thanks, Leah.
All right. Any other public comment? If not, we'll move to board member comment. Do I have any board member comment? Lou?
Yeah, we've had two executive sessions. Immediately after each executive session, information has gotten into the public realm about what we talked about in the executive session. The fact that this is dealing with personnel matters is both disrespectful to the organization and the individuals involved. So I'm hoping that we do not have the same sort of leakage this time around.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I wanted to share some exciting news that the policy team has been working on legislative stuff since last summer. Last summer, we've been we were thinking about what we wanted this legislation to cover. And one of those things was more protections for mobile home parks and kind of amendments to that bill. That was one of our top two priorities for the YVHA policy team. So Elizabeth and Emily, everyone else on the policy team, we worked really hard over the summer and fall to get some sponsors for that bill. We've been working with so many advocacy groups to get that bill sponsored. It came to the floor last month, or it was presented last month, and it was in committee yesterday, and I got to testify on behalf of YVHA in support of the bill, and it passed committee 9-4 with some bipartisan support. So it will be moving on to the House floor, which is super exciting. And I just wanted to thank our staff for all of their hard work that they put into that bill. I mean, it's been a labor of love over the last 6 months to really dig into what we would like to see. We've had 4 mobile home parks go for sale in Routt County in the last few years. And so adding additional protections to that is going to be huge. So obviously it's just past the first hurdle in a marathon, but really, really good that it passed committee and that it had bipartisan support. So I wanted to say thanks to staff and just share that with you guys.
And I can get on to that too, because actually I was gonna say the exact same thing, and Angelica was fantastic. So it was Emily and Elizabeth did such a great job. And also I wanna, thank Senator Dylan Roberts and Rep. Meg Lukens, Colorado Property Law. We've been working on this, and there's a lot of advocates throughout the state. So it's the first step. So, but as I said, it was something that we've been working on diligently for months, and first step. So thank you, Angelica, you crushed it.
Oh, thanks.
I also wanted to add that there is a Western Slope virtual town hall on Tuesday. It's got, Senator Roberts and Rep. Lukens, but also all the other Western Slope legislatures, and if anyone would like to tune in. So this is the time for legislation.
Yeah.
And the third thing I wanted to say as a suggestion, I saw that we're having a special meeting on the 18th. And I wanted to suggest if there's time to add to that meeting, if there is time, the discussion of the PCT process. I know Jason's executive reports, which are always excellent. He mentioned that we were going to discuss at the March meeting, but I understand that there's a meeting that morning. And we haven't even had the board discussion that we were advised we're going to have to discuss who are our members on that committee. And we've got, 4 great new members that all expressed interest in Brown Ranch when they interviewed, and one of them might want to be on it. So I would just like to, before we continue to move forward, we have that board discussion as to, number one, like Jason said, how we want to participate and who our representatives are. So if there's time of that, I don't know, Jason, if there's time of that meeting on the 18th, but Lou and Kathy, I think it's important we have a board voice before these, as these meetings continue.
Thank you. Any other board comment? All right, before we move into executive session, I'm going to ask that those members of the public and our staff disconnect. And also Tom and Bill will. Is there somewhere we can come get you when we're done? Okay, fine. All right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
I'll be there just 2 minutes.
Kathy, we need to make the motion to go into executive session
I will.
publicly before they.
I will. All right, item number 4 is executive session to be held in compliance with CRS 246402. 40241I personnel matters CRS 24640224E determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiators, and CRS 246424B conference with an attorney for the local public body for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. The subject matter is the employment of the executive director. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Lou and a second by Angelica. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. Thank you, Mark. Yes, yes.
Dylan and
In the video. And there's 2 people in the waiting room.
Okay. Well, so we'll talk about workshop objectives. There we'll move into discussion. Okay. Of the survey responses, and hopefully you all had a chance to review that, because with our limited time, we didn't want to walk you through it all, but we'll talk about key impressions from that. We were asked to carve out 15-ish minutes up to 20 for some conversation amongst you all of how did we get to where we are as an organization, and we hope that'll be focusing on, especially as a board of directors. And then we really get into our core content, which is to really help you define your role well, a little bit about your duties, just a very brief overview, and talk about delegation. I mean, so many of the things that come up is how do we set priorities? How do we define, the role of the board itself? Officers are, and especially the executive team is a hot issue for many of you. It's been observed. The committees, the team structure, and of course delegation too, and how to create an effective environment for the executive director, whoever that may be, to be successful in service to you. And it's really, we're going to really flow the conversation and hopefully engage interaction and discussion around principles, some kind of state-of-the-art principles of effective and accountable board leadership. And then Gabby asked me, and we'll just at the end have just a few minutes to discussion of some of the things that just, since as an organization you haven't been through this process in a while, and frequently we find board members that their businesses have been through searches, but how many of you have been through searches as board members? Okay, so that's a clear minority. So just a few things to anticipate that we have found are key things to have in mind as you move through that, and hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A and next steps. But of course, yes, it's plenty of Q&A as we go. Makes sense? All right. Now, we know that not everybody was always thrilled to hear about, oh, where are we having a board retreat? We kind of, as consultants, we encounter that quite a bit. So we want to show that we're sort of sensitive to that motion. And once in a while, we try to throw something up that says, okay, we take our work and we take the board's work seriously, but we don't always want to take ourselves and everybody so seriously. So we try to inject a little humor as possible. Workshop objectives, and based on based on the input that you've given us, 11 of 13 responded to the survey. We've had multiple conversations and correspondences starting with Jason and certainly input from him from the staff perspective, as well as especially with Gabby and Lou. So Tom will give you a brief summary of what we've sort of condensed to be the objectives of the workshop, and it should be pretty familiar to you based on correspondence.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. What we've tried to do is sort of pre-populate some of the things that we came out very clearly, both from the original survey that was done in 2025 and the follow-up survey that we did. And these arrows hopefully show you there's a lot of correspondence and correlation between the two. So the ideas that were resonating a few months ago with a different group, because we got some new folks here now, are the ideas that are still resonating. So the goal here is to get up on the board that list of things that when we hit 5:30, we've been asked to do this in 5 hours, normally a longer period than that. But when we hit 5:30, if we have a better understanding of the things on this board, do we feel like this was time well spent this afternoon? All right, that's the objective. So going back to 25, this is kind of the list of the things that got the lowest scores, the things that needed the most improvement. How can we improve board meeting effectiveness? How can we have better role clarity about our role as board members and our role in board staff communication? How can we balance the need to have both support and provide oversight to the executive director, realizing that those are both requirements of being a board member? How do you balance them? How do you do them both most effectively? Setting appropriate fiscal and governance policy. We'll certainly talk about some prospective policies and developing policies is very much part of our practice. And understanding a budget and financial procedures. So those were the 5 that kind of were we need the most work on this. Agree, Lou? So now, amazingly, those are kind of the same things that came up. I'll talk about the roadmap in just a minute. Elevating the board meeting focus. How do we have a focus on having a more effective, productive meeting? How can we be future focused? All of the things that define good board work. Understand roles, boundaries regarding board, committees, and staff. Very much like these kind of role clarity and balancing ED support and oversight that we saw in December. Setting appropriate priorities, very much like developing policies and understanding procedures. Having all voices heard may be sort of implicit in a lot of this, but this was explicitly articulated, so I wanted to put it up separately. Get roadmap to yes. Those of you that had a chance to read the memo that came out, you understand that was our objective for today. I know that there are lots of substantive issues that are rolling around in your heads and that you are very eager to talk about. The goal here is to have a roadmap, to get to a structure and an understanding of roles and identities that will help you have more productive discussions about these substantive issues, right? So while they will certainly inform our discussion today, and we may have some discussion about it, today is mostly about understanding effective structure, effective roles. The yes, no questions, if you remember, do we have agreement on what constitutes effective organizational performance for YVHA as an entity? And as you'll see soon, when Bill goes quickly through the surveys, these all came out mostly no, right? And so how do we get to yes? How do we get to yes on where the board authority leaves off and the EDs pick up? We have an understanding of that. How do we get to yes on what constitutes effective job performance of the ED? Having a common understanding. How do we get to yes on, we all understand how the ED's performance is evaluated? How do we get to yes in understanding the collective and individual role of the board, its officers, its committees, et cetera? So that's what we know going in. Happy to give you a chance here to add to this. Anything else you feel like is missing from this list that again, when 5:30 hits, we want to make sure we've touched on?
I think we should clarify that we're not going to get to the specifics of budgets and financial procedures. We'll talk about the board's role and oversight of budgeting and finances. But with the exception of that, I guess, yeah, you know, if you could say, wow, we've had significant ahas and greater understanding of reaching these objectives, does that constitute time well spent today?
I think so.
To your question of like, is there anything missing
Yeah,
from
that's
the
the
board?
question. Yeah.
I guess these all feel like very, like procedural type things to be good at. In order to be more effective, a more effective board, practice sound governance. But this strategy and the ability to work through and define strategy and align and execute strategy, that's just like a intended byproduct of doing these things well. Like, I feel like that's for me missing
Could be very much, you know, and we discussed that.
this.
When
Think that
we
never
talk
left.
about, well, when we talk about role clarity, part of that is what is the board's role? And clearly setting strategic direction and it having a structure for strategy to be identified, aligned from board down in the organization and executed. If that's what your question is, you'll find that very implicit here.
I was gonna say, so I like the pre-material you gave us. I thought it was very, very well done and informative. And I particularly like the, what's regarding Michael's question, you know, discussion of strategy, how you focus on what that end result needs to be.
Yes.
So I thought that was actually I thought that was a very strategic, for lack of a better word. I thought that was a good idea. I mean, I've seen that in other areas, right?
Core principle will be
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, so I think I'm kind of jumping ahead on that question. I guess. So,
And give us the ability, as questions come up throughout the day, and we
So
want there to be engagement, but give us the ability to say, we can assure you we're going to get there, because in some
Just-
cases it'll be that's
it's just
not.
not, it's just not on the board yet.
Well, so we add, so I've got,
Setting priorities,
Okay, that's.
setting appropriate
okay,
priorities.
Gotcha.
In fact, our interpretation is a priority is to what we aim to accomplish and what's our game plan for getting there. That's at least what we inferred that to mean.
Perfect.
Were we off base on that, or?
No, and I really like what you wrote. I thought was exciting.
sufficient placeholder covers the idea. I think getting the word strategy, strategic up there, really, really good add. Other thoughts? All right, great, but we've got our list.
As you review those surveys, or this last survey set of responses, curious as to what stood out to you. Were there things that really surprised you? Were there convergences, or, we thought there was a lot of convergence between the initial survey, the survey from 2025 and what we got here, which helped us add more specificity. But we're curious as to your impressions as to when you saw your responses in the context of your colleagues. And this is aimed to be an interactive.
I would just say that I wasn't surprised. I feel that a lot of this talk about job performance and criteria and oversight. In here, I am not at all surprised by the preponderance of no votes versus yes votes at all. That gets directly to understanding the roles and boundaries and setting direction and oversight and all that stuff up there. So, wasn't surprised.
Since you jumped right there, we'll keep the conversation open, but just want to highlight for you, because this part of our working presumption, and we want to see if you would align on this. So for example, on the question of, do we have a clearly shared understanding?
Let's put it
Oh,
on.
yeah, oops, I got somehow jumped down that view. Yeah, clearly agreed upon understanding where board authority leaves off and staff picks up. It was about even, although from the executive director's perspective, it's not aligned. So always, one of the important things we say, whether or not the execs in the room, is whenever the board makes decisions, you should take into account what's going to be the implication of these choices on the person we're delegating to. Again, what about agreement as to what constitutes effective performance of the executive director? Obviously, the board, the community has been passing a lot of judgment in this regard. Okay. But when the community is passing judgment, ultimately, when you think about it, they're not passing judgment on the ED, they're passing judgment on the board. Because the ED works for the board. But if, in your case, 70-something% of the board don't feel we're aligned on what constitutes that performance, it makes it really hard to have an objective basis of evaluation. And very, very challenging. Are the mechanisms to do that performance clearly agreed upon? No. So I wonder, as I go through, because there's a few of these, if you would agree with our primary assumption, which is, and in some cases, it's interesting, if you've been on to other nonprofit and governmental boards, that question of, is there a shared agreement as to where our authority leaves off and the execs picks up? A lot of people think, oh, isn't that a great hypothetical? Okay. We don't treat it as a hypothetical. We treat it as a very realistic potential that unfortunately an infinitesimal number of boards in these sectors accomplish. But would we agree that, wow, if every board member could answer yes to these questions, we would be much more sound, focused, able to strategically prioritize, et cetera. Oh, it's funny, here with Zoom link, I guess it is okay. Do we have agreement as a board as to the results that constitute effective organizational performance? Good afternoon. Think about it. 9 no's, 2 yeses. I say somewhat in jest, if you have these answers, why haven't you shared them with the rest of the board? These are pretty dramatic responses here. And then are the collective roles and responsibilities of the board and officers clearly articulated? Very, very mixed response. So those are the yes, no questions that we believe, and we will, as Bob used the word, we use the word roadmap, that what you'll learn today and what we'll discuss today will give you clarity on, wow, it's possible to all be able to say yes. Then the question is that a conceptual concept, or is that an endeavor worth pursuing? Our experience is that boards that are affirmative to all these responses, even, dare we say, unanimously, and that doesn't mean every board member will agree with every choice, but would agree that, hey, we as a board made these decisions to accomplish that those are the boards that are able to lead effectively, focus at a strategic level, delegate well, have systematic accountability in the organization, and also very pivotal here, because it's very hot for you, to be able to demonstrate accountability to the community you serve. Other impressions you have from the survey?
I would, just maybe for clarification.
Sure.
The 2025 survey was taken by a different board. At 4 different
players, yeah.
Understanding budget is really more educational.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I don't think we've done a good job on is educating board members
That should be part of
on
onboarding.
what expectations are, what we exist for, what our primary missions, objectives are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the new board members have seen much of the strategic plans that have taken place. I'm not sure the previous set of board members that came on.
The 24 to
management
27
came
plan.
on. I'm not sure if you saw those or,
My set, we were shown them pretty early on.
okay.
Good.
So there's, to me, that's, I guess, a qualifier. They are definitely, everything is familiar, but to me, education and communication are serious weak points in our structure and organization.
And again, if you as a board don't have agreement as to the roles and responsibilities, what's the basis upon which you're going to educate new board members? Right? You gotta have, that's why, and it's tough because I know there's always the desire to have them get to work. But without having these foundational concepts in place, there's really nothing to work on. Yeah, I mean, it becomes piecemeal rather than a systematic
I think that's fair.
to leadership. Anything else, big picture? John,
Well-
you're John, right?
Sorry about being late, but all my
Bill, Tom.
information on the board and everything came on my spam, so I had no idea what was going on.
Oh,
today.
glad we're here.
Let's see, I know I had a question I sent to both George and Sandy or Sarah about what's the structure of the board and the structure of the organization and what are the duties. So far, I've tried for a couple of days doing that and nobody's responded to me about what they are.
We're gonna, and as we just shared, many board members responded best that as a group, we're not in alignment about that. We're gonna help you focus there today.
Okay.
Anybody particularly surprised by anything? Saw the responses? Okay, we're gonna segue to the conversation of how did we get where we are? But there were two questions that we asked that we think sort of help describe where you are. And one of which was, you know, how would you describe our culture as a leadership body? And there were a lot of different responses. One positive of inclusive of different ideas and opinions, but there's not a lot of options for our insight and creative ideas. Again, how do we create more meeting time to be able to coalesce those things? High fiduciary accountability, great, but the word silo or things that imply silo came up a lot. Divided, unaccountable, chaotic, fragile, unfocused, siloed, lacking vision. And thank you for the honesty about that. That's again, the type of thing that, if you do some of the work that we're conveying here, that we would hope that there could be, what we like to get to is we could say unified, focused at a strategic level, responsive to the community, having built trust in our role by staff and community constituents, things like that. Those would be like some of the cultural things you would aspire to see those responses. What do you think are the obstacles that keep the board from optimizing its effectiveness? Limited opportunity to share insights. We have different opinions on how to manage projects. Too much ED autonomy. And let me just interject. An ED never has authority that a board hasn't let them have. Keep in mind that important piece. Limited board education, lack of standardized performance reviews, no clarity around roles, key accountabilities. Large board. Staff mix was mentioned, but community sentiment, again, pretty consistent with the kind of trust, role clarity, foundational issues we've described. We think those help sort of describe. And it's funny, it's not our assessment. This is your assessment of where you are. Where is here. And now we'll segue, and I know Lou and however, spend a few minutes to discuss how do we get here.
Okay. It is, I think this is a good framework. The question that came up from Michael was not only is this us, but the outside world has changed. And are we able to perform the way we have been performing in this new world? So with that, I'll let Michael articulate what this question is, and the goal here is to use this as a stepping stone for some of the conversations we're gonna have, hopefully on March 26th, and whatever the next board meetings after that.
When Kathy and Lou were soliciting board opinions about what we wanted to focus on today, I sent a list, and some of my list was informed by the examples that they had been hearing already. And when I saw things like super tangible topics, like renewing the mill levy, executive director being in the position, staff organization, things like that, I kind of, my heart rate started elevating. I broke out a little bit of a sweat because I feel like we have had, let's say, 5 hours of conversation about where we are as a board since March of 2024. And like very little is what I'm trying to say. Like we've had very little time to debrief about what happened, what worked, what didn't work, and what is the playing field that we're on now. And I feel like there's a lot, people have a lot on their minds. Those of us who've been here for a while, those of you who have stepped up to serve on this board. And I feel like sometimes when we wade into the water of talking about these strategic topics, they can very quickly go down into a rabbit hole because there's so much that hasn't been brought to the surface. And so I suggested to Lou, before we can have those strategic discussions, to know it's not the point of the today, that we need to take a moment to talk about how we got here, not rehash the past, but make sure we're all speaking the same language, because if not, I fear that if we start having those more strategic discussions about the future of the organization, we're just going to go down rabbit holes because there's so much that has not been unpacked. And then I think as a courtesy to our newer board members who are probably like, what the heck are you guys talking about half of the time? Like we need to kind of just put that on the table and then move forward, with a shared understanding about what is our perception right now, what got us here, and how do we prevent that from happening in the past? And I just, guess that resonated with Lou, and so they wanted to, give that a little bit of a little space in the room today. Because unfortunately, the last several months have really been focused on saving the cottonwood steel, and we haven't been able to have a strategic conversation about how do we address some of these issues that are on our plates right now. And I think as we are in this phase of rebuilding and strengthening, that would be a key first step.
Okay, any question on, we will talk, we will have a strategy for the mill levy. We will talk about that on the 26th. This topic, though, I think precedes that in terms of, like I said, the world outside has changed as much as we have changed. And a lot of us are not educated at the same level of understanding of what this board is supposed to do. And so we need to spend some time leveling the board's understanding of itself. That's the way I would phrase it.
Could you expand a bit? What do you mean the world has changed?
The environment we're working in is much different than it was previously.
I mean, we still want
In the early days of this organization.
pre-brown ranch, maybe?
Yeah, definitely pre-brown.
Brown ranch is the kind of strong.
It it seems to be a diversion point.
I mean, literally and technically, the Brown Ranch changed the things that housing authority was focused on in terms of what development we had done in the past, what expertise was needed to execute that, what portion of the community was engaged and needed to have buy-in to bring things forward. So
How did we do
for
that?
Brown Ranch, we did one very similar type of thing in terms of development and hold provided.
Pre-Brown Ranch, we are much different and more specific focused. I just didn't say world of change. I didn't mean if you meant like the broader context of the
No,
world or like.
No, that's a clarifying statement.
Okay.
As always, Michael, clarify things better. Because I think if you look back, and Michael said this, is most people didn't know we existed. Most people didn't know what we were doing. We just were popping up developments. After Brown Ranch, we're focus from the outside world. And everything we do is under a microscope of some sort. So that's what I mean by the world's changed. The world's perception of us has changed.
Or if I could interject, public expectations of boards in your positions have greatly
Yes.
elevated. In
Yes.
Your
I
conversation.
got one more thing, it's changed, it's not here in Steamboat, generally across our country, the idea of what's true, what's not true, what's misinformation, what's opinion. And there's one technique that's worked really well, you throw a lot of stuff against the wall, maybe most of it's false. The public, in a certain sense, it will stick. Even a person who knows it's totally false, still brings up a point of doubt in their mind. And there's been studies done this, say that that's the best way to take somebody down. You don't have to be truthful, just throw partial information against the wall. And that's the new world we live in. And we've got to make sure that it's real hard to rebrand. You got to brand what you want to be, but when you're starting from a hole like you're talking about, very difficult to turn that around because you've got this cancer of bad information going around. And I know we've knocked on a lot of doors the last 4 years. You can't believe the ideas people have been given. They think is true. Whole, even people who are really well knowledge and everything. So that's the building we're doing. You have to deal with it a totally different way. And the best way to deal with it is unfortunately a terrible way to deal with it. So I have to think of another better way to deal with it. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, so from that standpoint, all the objective here is to set the stage for that future conversation. Because I'd like you all to think about it. And we'll get you some additional information and insights associated with, I guess, the next 2 board meetings that we're having, because then we're having 14th. Okay,
Thanks. By the way, handouts are here, so if you are note-taking inclined, if you want to have the ability to contemporaneously add to most slides that will appear here, you'll see that opportunity for you. So let's start now talking about the role.
So we like to open up with what are some of the challenges that boards face?
And one of the things that will really help benefit from today is don't have your lens focused only on YVHA. Think about the role of a governing board, whether corporate, whether it's nonprofit, as so many of you have so many involvements with me, 200 or so here in the area, and governmental boards such as yourself. I think if we would challenge you to not just isolate on this board, but think about the applicability of these things broadly. Not everything is precise to this, but I think that will enhance the conversation.
Has everyone here served on another board? Anyone who hasn't?
Anybody that this is your rookie board experience, you are free of baggage.
You are that fresh voice. So thought out.
The beacon.
All right, so a group of peers sitting around a table. How can you responsibly exercise authority over activities you mostly don't see? You're not here 24/7. For goals that are difficult to measure, certainly underlying the conversation so far, over jobs and skills that are different from your own. Now, in your case, many of you bring certain skills that do then add to the working team structure, and that will be a point of discussion today, I promise. But by and large, most of you in your day jobs, or what do you call a day job of someone who's retired? In your days, aren't doing what is happening here. How can you fulfill this accountability without unduly infringing on management's capability and creativity? That's going to be a big question as you go forward, trying to bring in Jason's replacement. And how can you do so when you all don't agree all the time? And that's not a bad thing. We'll talk about how disagreement, dialogue can be very helpful in helping the board focus and get to a better decision. It's when and how that dialogue disagreement happens that's so important. The time you met was limited, and the details are
Not limited.
not limited. That's right. Okay. Realize, however, that the executive director also has challenges that are related to the interactions with the board. How can the executive director please the boss if the boss hasn't clearly defined expectations? Certainly something we see up on the board. Maybe influential board members have different expectations that have been articulated by the board as a whole. And the personalities keep changing, as you said, four new folks at the table. How can this person, this executive director, quote unquote, lead the boss if some members just want to look good? Now, this is in general, not casting aspersions here, or others want to control, not be dominated by the ED. And lastly, how can the ED be effective if the ED is managing the board rather than benefiting from its leadership? Right? How is the board not providing sort of the support and oversight? Sometimes we say both empower and control the executive director. Okay, so realize there are challenges on both sides of the table. One important aspect to remember in thinking about these challenges is that management and governance are very different pursuits. Most of you are sitting around this table because you've been successful in your day jobs. Probably you are good. Who's a manager? Anyone have to manage people? Yeah. Is it easy?
That's the worst.
It's not easy. There are shelves and shelves and shelves of books, none of which has found the absolute solution. But fundamentally, a manager is an individual who's tasked with motivating a group.
Making decisions that will motivate them.
Exactly. So think about a board in many ways, the inverse of that. A board is a group of individuals who together, hopefully with one voice, we'll talk a lot about this, though, make decisions that delegate to, motivate, empower, and control, support, and provide oversight to a manager.
Think about it. It's like if you've been successful in business, and many times people get appointed to boards because they got a good track record, right? Okay, it might be because you now have a basis of confidence of, hey, in the role on the left, when I'm manager, I call the shots. When people respond to me, things go well. But then you sit in a room like this, and it's like, well, I want to call the shots. I'm good at this, right? And I kid frequently, like, how many of you, and we want to create like safe harbor space to have fun conversation today too, right? How many of you, and this is safe harbor, have ever had the following sentiment, and I would hope you haven't expressed it out loud, but how many of you would fess up to having had the following sentiment at a board meeting? Things go really well around here if everybody just listened to me. I think you represent a much more. But yeah, and then so that's, I think, one of those things of it's natural that people have that instinct if you've come from success in business. But one of the things that's hard about this job is you have to transcend the individual role to be part of the group process.
And we'll talk about this later, but part of it is the recognition that board authority is group authority. If you have 11, 12, 13 people around this table, you don't each have 1/13 of the authority of the board. You each have 0, unless the board is given you individually some, which they will to a board chair to preside and make certain decisions and maybe be the public spokesperson for board decisions. Maybe to a treasurer for certain oversight recommendation. But unless the board has done that, individual members have 0 authority. All right, and this kind of leads in. We'll do this quickly, I promise.
He's a lawyer.
Yeah, I practiced law for 30 years until I met Bill, and I found a way to jump off of that hamster wheel. No, actually, yeah. You don't have a lawyer on the board?
No one else has a JD. Okay.
And
I tolerate them.
I think our bios were in the okay, so you all kind of know who we are and where we come from. All right, so you sit on a governmental board, and your duties are very similar to those that you would have sitting on other kind of nonprofit or corporate governance boards, right? Oh yeah, and whether you sit on a governance board or whether you sit on a governmental board or a nonprofit board, once upon a time, right? This is, the things are changing, like you said.
That's exactly about what we want.
Yeah, that's not where we are now. Okay, so these, yeah, take a look at this picture. We'll just have a brief discussion about it when we're done. But these duties are very similar to what you would have sitting on any board. Although they're statutorily specific to the governmental boards, including housing authority boards under Colorado statutes. So duty of care, putting the acting in the best interest of the organization, exercising informed oversight. Talk about a world that's changing. What does it mean to be informed? Well, certainly it means that you receive information enough to make an intelligent vote on things that come before you. But we live in a world where vast amounts of information are available at your fingertips at a moment's notice. So talk about a world that's changing. What does it mean to be informed? And is it enough to be informed if we look to our executive director to keep us up to speed on what's happening in the industry? Or do we have some sort of independent obligation to verify that? Do we have a group obligation to verify? So things are changing. What does it mean to have reasonable diligence in your pursuit of being informed? Loyalty. There's going to be a duty of loyalty, whatever board you sit on. Putting personal interests second to the interests of the organization. In your case, acting in the interest of the residents of the jurisdiction. We'll make this point several times, but you all act on behalf of the people of the Yampa Valley. You have been assigned by a county commission or a city council, or you sit on one of those boards. That's why you're here.
And one of the survey questions was, to whom are you accountable? And about half of you indicated to the appointing authorities. That's not legally true. They act as agent of the public in putting you here, but your fidelity is to the public. Now, is that politically easy? No, we recognize that. But I mean, we can give examples.
That's important. That is important.
It's a very important.
It's critical.
And we could, if as time allows, might give you anecdotal stories of what if the appointing elected politicians want us to make certain decisions that we don't think are in the best interest of the community and the organization we're serving. And that's where it's sort of important to have ownership in your role, if in terms of literally fulfilling your fiduciary duty.
I think the other thing that I hear often, I'll just jump in here for a quick second, is act in the interest of the residents of the jurisdiction. And I often hear that gets complicated because YVHA has certain boundaries, right? We have our IGA and these are the boundaries, right? It's like just south of Milner to, Steamboat Springs area. But there's a lot of residents in Routt County who live outside that jurisdiction, who would love to live inside of that jurisdiction or have been forced out of that jurisdiction. So do we speak for them as well? They're part of our county, but they're not technically a part of the residents of the jurisdiction because maybe they were forced out by high home prices or maybe right? So I think this is almost a little too narrow because the decisions that the Yampa Valley Housing Authority makes does impact and should, in my opinion, impact residents who live outside of that jurisdiction, who were forced out or who potentially want to move there or who want, you know what I mean? So I think that gets a little complicated if it's just the jurisdiction lines.
Well, it doesn't mean that the only consumers that you might work to impact are.
Right.
But can you serve that population without it being to the detriment of residents?
Yeah, no,
And if so, then
certainly. And so, but I think that's also where there's clarity or there is unclarity about who, we are responsible to or why we are responsible to them. And there's that gray area of, well, they live in the county, but they don't live in this district or.
Well, you're right, because my answer to that was our community, which I know is a subjective answer. But when you look at our community, it also is people, it's our businesses that need employees that work outside our jurisdiction. So I put down with the community at large because I think it's more holistic.
so the businesses in the jurisdiction, and that might be a better term than simply the residents, but it could be the people of the jurisdiction. But it's better than just thinking of the politicians. But
Yeah, no, I love that. So thank you.
Example of this quandary is the annexation vote.
right, what's the jurisdiction? So
Okay. And of course, the other piece of loyalty is making sure we disclose conflicts. So and anytime you're talking about a duty of loyalty, you're being upfront about what interests do I have or do my family members have in terms of employment, in terms of ownership, in terms of financial interest in entities with which we might deal, right? So that the board can never be accused of insider transactions, right? Sometimes in a small community, an entity in which you have an interest may be the only entity that can provide the service that you need. So it's never to say that because there's an interest, a transaction can't happen, but there's a process that needs to happen where the board is certain that this transaction will be in the best interest of the organization. So it starts with disclosure, and I assume you have a process for disclosing conflicts. Legality, so in the corporate context, this is sometimes called the duty of obedience, hence perhaps you might understand the picture. But acting within your statutory authority and the housing regulations that govern what YVHA does, including open meeting rules, confidentiality. Well, you brought that up at the beginning of the open meeting, how important it is that what we cover in closed session stays in closed session until there is a board vote and a decision that can be announced publicly by your chair or whomever the chair delegates that authority to in terms of this is what the board has decided.
and important to state that it could be any topic, but particularly when it has to do with personnel, breaches of that confidentiality, go to newspaper, things like that. That breach is not just a breach of your fiduciary obligation, but it also can have litigation consequences and liability to the organization. But you gotta really be cognizant of.
Couple other duties, right? You're acting in the public trust, so making sure you use your authority and powers and funds solely for public housing purposes, and transparency. Follow open meetings, ethics, and disclosure law. So we often ask boards, in light of these duties, what does this picture say that sort of illustrates how these duties might be undertaken or the impacts of them? Yeah.
What do you see when you look at that one? Okay, get to this. What would be an adjective that would describe the cat?
Brave.
Brave or
Crazy.
right. Right? Well,
Right.
or some might say executive director.
Yeah. So the eating in the room often identifies with the cat. But look at this. If the board's job is to empower and control, cats hate water, right? And there's a cat going head on through a puddle. And you know, that board of dogs is empowering the cat to do that. That's a brave or crazy cat, one or the other, right? But they are suppressing personal interests. What do you think is causing them to suppress personal interest?
Common interest.
Obedience. And what do you think? They all seem to be looking at.
Their training.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them. A couple of them are really ready. Okay. Now, this is when you talk about the potential micromanager, you know, the people that want to jump in.
Yeah.
Again, maybe well-intended, but think about how impressive it is that they're not. Right? They're really protecting the power of the group by not jumping in as individuals.
I think the other important thing in the picture is the dogs have the cat's back. They're supporting him.
So support and oversight, empower and
And I
control.
think that's critical because the cat's getting in the water, but the dogs are having the kitty's back on them, supporting the cat.
Okay, so when we think of the trainer, what would be the applicable correlation to whose role on the board are we talking about?
The public?
No, the trainer, technically, what we're trying to get at is, it's the role of the chair have to facilitate the board staying disciplined, to not jump in when we shouldn't be jumping in, but to work and function as a group.
And to model appropriate behavior. You know, often this is a true servant leadership role.
So fulfilling these responsibilities.
Isn't there a fallacy in that? If you everybody tries to line up all the time, do what they think is the right thing, you prevent people from speaking out when something needs to be said.
Oh, well, I mean, that would be highly fallacious, and that's not at all what we're saying. What we're saying is we should function as a group, as we will discuss explicitly. That doesn't mean we should be avoiding divergence of opinions, viewpoints, suggesting that we need to have unanimous votes. Nothing along those lines is what we're recommending. But we're saying that it means that if as a group we decided that somebody's not going to jump in, then somebody needs to respect that group decision.
Yeah,
If it's the group,
if the group has made the decision, part of committing to being a board member is committing to respecting and honoring the decision of the majority of the group. It does not mean you have to agree with it. Clearly, some of these dogs did not agree with this decision, right? But they are respecting that it was made and allowing the course that was set, the strategic direction that was set to unfold.
By the way, as we keep going, if anybody like Mark needs to get up, anything like that, we totally get that. We will do breaks like at a 75 maximum, like 90-minute interval. Do that, but just want to maintain cognizance of that. So fulfilling your legal mandates, by the way, is a responsibility. But boards that can say they checked off those boxes don't necessarily lead. Yeah, you can fulfill those mandates, but not really be strategic leaders of an organization and set priorities effectively.
I think that's exactly what I was trying to say when I pointed out, like, it's one thing to lead, it's one thing to fulfill mandates.
Right.
But if you're not showing leadership, like what's.
Right. So what we really want to get at is how can the board structure itself, exercise and demonstrate leadership at a high level, and cause the organization to be as productive as can be. So, well, to summarize, great boards lead by setting high standards for performance, effective delegation, ensuring that we've got the right resources that are needed to the extent we can affect the money that's available. This is a big one. Building relationships, or what we might refer to as emotional equity for YVHA. Talk about how trust has been dissipated and misinformation. I think your point, John, is something that societally is exceedingly cancerous for us. But how do we help overcome that? And the key thing is sometimes it's easy to be victimized by it, but then we miss what are the platforms that we can utilize to put forth our messaging and try to have accurate information, at least get some of that bandwidth. Focusing on future relevance, at least as equally with current needs. So part of what you were referring to, Helen. So, how do you get that? Well, part of it is at the core, it's about delegation. And so think about this, whether it's to our officers, to our committee, and especially most relevant to our staff, which is led by an executive director. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in this organization with a $14-15 million operating budget. Which of that stuff are you as a board ultimately accountable for? Question. Yeah, but you can't decide everything. This is like a conundrum. So since you're accountable for a lot more than you can put your hands on at any time, delegating to make decisions is not an option, it's a mandate. Okay, now you have within the bounds of the IGA, essentially all organizational authority. You are the governing body for the authority. So delegation is the choice of what to give away. And again, flashback on that comment that somebody said the ED has too much autonomy, something like that. Okay, so how does the board define these things? And these are the dilemmas. We saw many of you have been managers, and Scott said, managing people ain't easy, right? Okay, this is the core. This is the core dilemma that comes with it. How do you maintain accountability for decisions made by the people? If you haven't been in a managerial role, but you've been a parent, you totally get this thing, right? That's the challenge. Now, in boardrooms of governmental and nonprofit organizations, particularly, there's sort of another top of mind twist on this, which is how do we make sure we're not giving away too much authority? Important question. But unfortunately, it sometimes becomes the predominant question. And underlying that question is understanding we have a responsibility to exercise control over the organization. But if that becomes the dominant thought concept behind delegation, it means our job is to control YVHA. There's a difference between controlling something and leading it. Okay, what we think is not top of mind enough is how do we make sure we're giving away enough for the appropriate authority for people to get the job done? So correlate the idea of our job is to control the organization to our job is to optimize its performance. That's what we like to try.
I think what happens a lot of times, and it can be for-profit organizations just as well,
Yes,
but it's delegation, it's not abdication. And that happens way too often.
and delegation without verification is abdication. Yeah.
I think there are certain topics that are delegable, that's the word. And
Yes.
some aren't certain not, some stuff like are not. So you need to know when those are. And I think I would rather delegate less on the side of being conservative to make sure I don't step over the boundary of the other side.
Mhm.
So I think that, and I think we may have seen some of that example here in the last couple of months, which you may have gotten some feedback from.
Can you be more specific?
No,
Okay. All right. But I think we might push back. But I think the key thing is a lot of times, okay, what we should delegate is it based on the intuitions of those in leadership position? Sometimes it's like, well, the big decisions should be ours. Okay. And that can also be incredibly dangerous. Sometimes if something's a really big decision, it's more important to delegate it to those who have the expertise. But in terms of solving this conundrum, it's funny. I mean, raise your hand if you find delegating and holding people accountable is easy. We usually don't see lots of flying fingers, okay? On that basis, it's funny, as Tom mentioned, you can go to a bookstore and books on management are plentiful. Okay. Which to us, when it comes to that topic of delegation, when you think about it, if anybody had figured out looking how to delegate effectively, there'd be one book, right? It'd be the Bible of management, right? But while I can't say I'm proud enough to figure that out exactly, I co-authored a book with one thing here at Harvard, and this slide comes out of a paragraph, and we've had a lot of people tell us over the years this is like maybe the most powerful slide in the deck in terms of applicability in other places. It's not how to delegate, but when delegation is working, what are the characteristics of it? First of all, people don't have to wonder what the expectations are. Go back to, do we have agreement as to what's expected? Clearly, as a group, okay? People don't have to wonder about that. Both your roles individually, committees, officers, and especially ED. Second, performance expectations aren't just clearly defined, they're clearly assigned. If you give one job to two people, who's accountable for it? I'm sorry, Michael?
both.
I hear both, I hear neither. Anybody here, anybody here ex-military? No, okay, if you were, somebody would say, this is called chain of command. It would be neither. Because you can have plenty of people working on things, and collaboration is an imperative if an organization is going to be successful. But if it's not clear who's running point, there's no depth. So it has to be clear of what prerogatives, including the decisions. What prerogatives are the decisions we retain as a board? What are those that we delegate? Okay, and then third, and when you delegate expectations, there's two things boards are usually absolutely thrilled to delegate responsibility, less thrilled to delegate authority, but they have to be commensurate. If you give somebody a high degree of responsibility for something, but they don't have the authority to execute it, it's a hollow thing. And lastly, and doing it with no ambiguity, meaning don't give one job to two people.
And put it in writing.
And it's also about having it clear, so it's not, again, a telephone operator at the end of the day, what was the decision? And then finally, trust and verify. So I want you to think about, not just here, but inwardly, in any given delegation transaction, if A, be really clear what's expected of someone, there's mutual understanding. B, we've assigned them the authority, and they know what authority they've got, and we believe the authority is commensurate to the expectation of responsibility. And third, we're able to verify that we got the results we wanted, and they only use the authority we delegate. If all three of those are in place, what would inevitably be our summary judgment of that delegation transaction? If all three of these have occurred. It worked. Okay. Many of you have ever heard the word dysfunction and boards appear in the same sentence? I like to say, those two words in the same sentence put my kids through college, you know? Okay, I know this for a while. Okay, we would proffer to you that anytime you're experiencing dysfunction in the boardroom, it is directly attributable to one, two, or all three of these elements not being present. Conversely, if we make sure these elements are present in how we work, we're going to be pulling things off pretty well. So how do we get from here to there? Peter Drucker, who was like late last century's, and maybe most often referred to management guru, he once said that good systems allow ordinary people to produce extraordinary results. And what it also speaks to is sort of the total quality management type of precept, which is that simply having right people doesn't make for good systems. You know, the idea that we have the right people in place doesn't always mean we're going to be productive. You've got it. That's why today's conversation is a lot about structure. Not to mean bureaucratically, but to mean at the core, how do we function? You know, knee bone's connected to the thigh bone. Those things happen throughout organizations. So what we're focusing on is, as described in the pre-handout, we want to talk about, and this is if you refer back to slides, it's not one, but we're going to talk about these 10 principles. First principle that we want to sort of share is having this concept that all organizations belong to some population. And you know, who are owners? It corresponds to shareholders. It's not the same thing as who do we serve, but on whose behalf does the board operate? Who does the organization belong to? And in that corresponding role, it's, you know, for governmental boards, it's people of the jurisdiction. And so having that in mind, it's your job is to serve their interests. I don't think I'm hearing any probably conflict about that. I think everybody, that's probably what drives you to volunteer to serve on something like this. But the idea of how do we hold those collective interests in terms of our fidelity when making decisions, thinking of that as the true north, not what allowed contingent of people, like allowed contingent of allowed a small contingent of people want us to do, but really, and again, we should take those considerations into account, but put it into this broader picture of what's going to best serve the people more broadly. Alignment about that, but that's usually not a very controversial principle.
Yeah. All boards of directors are in fact trustees who have oversight and authority over the property of someone or something else, right? Whether you're called trustees or directors, governors, they're called different things, but it is a trustee role. And knowing on whose behalf you are that trustee is important. And this true north is a concept that resonates with a lot of the folks we work with, because if you can be aligned about who it is, on whose behalf you serve, that's the starting point. That gives you that directional guidance.
One of my favorites for the city council folks are, you know, is that, you know, to me, it's pretty bizarre, and I've never been involved directly in elected politics, but I've worked with those boards. And, you know, one thing, or I'll watch cable television once in a while and see a meeting. You know, the thing of the person who comes up to the council and prefaces their public comment with, I'm speaking on behalf of the public. Well, bullshit. I mean, if we can call it, okay. And one of the best things I ever saw executed was the mayor of and it was a strong mayor, council relationship, from mayor council relationship, but structure. But where a board I worked with, we then saw, and I saw a video later of, and it was like this resonated. when the next time somebody sort of prefaced their remarks about speaking on behalf of the public, mayor interject and said, so and so, if I may respectfully request, if you could be a little more specific of which constituency in the public you're referring to, it would enhance our dialogue. And I'm like, yes, that was cool. Okay, because again, it's the people at that semicircular or whatever table is that are the ones in the room that truly have that obligation to be there on behalf of the public. Okay, with no controversy on that one, then what's the board's purpose in that, which is to connect the operating performance to that public's interest? Okay. Sounds kind of simple, and what we suggest is, and by the way, your job is a lot less, doesn't make it easy, but it's a lot less complex than that of an ED. Okay. Your job, we would propose, is to A, define what constitutes effective organizational performance. That has all kinds of strategic implication in it. Okay, and make sure that happens. Now, what constitutes effective organizational performance? Again, how do you get your arms around it? It's two things. Make sure appropriate results are defined and achieved. And in so doing, that bad stuff is avoided. Again, you know, and we really, we take the job of a board seriously, but yeah, your job is to A, make sure good stuff happens, and B, bad stuff doesn't. You got to define the good and the bad. That's the leadership role. It's not to run the organization. And that's the key thing. You got a $15 million enterprise. Your part-time volunteers. You've got these teams meetings, you've got the board meetings. But you know, in the aggregate, how much are you together in an average month? A few hours? Average month?
2 to 3 hours.
Okay, let's say it's 36 hours a year. Less than a work week. How many of you think you can effectively run a $15 million enterprise in 1 week a year? No need to go there. Your job isn't to run YVHA. It's to make sure it's well run. Think of that distinction. And one of the ways we encourage think of it is think of yourselves as the community's purchasing agent. You're the procurement officer of the community when it comes to affordable housing. If you ask people to think of, okay, what's the typical org chart for a governing board and government nonprofit sector? And a lot of times we'll think of, it's the board, ED, and the staff. What's missing in that hierarchy?
For the people, the constituents.
So if you think about it, if we think of our org chart in this way, we think it's our job to look down. But we prefer that you think of it of they're there. Okay, they've got multiple different interests, and by the way, you hear those different interests. That's the 3 lines we've got. Okay, your job is to understand, anticipate, learn from, recognize the values, needs, and interests of the community you serve, and from that forge and delegate one unified set of expectations to the ED and to the staff. And ultimately, if you do that well, the idea is those are things that create good ROI. So for the funds that become available to you, your job is to say, what are the best results and outcomes that we can make happen for the community that provide value for the investment that's received? John.
Are you going to look more into details of the governing board?
Oh, that's what, like for the next 3.5 hours? Yeah. Like, what do you mean specific?
There's something missing in there, like you have the executive committee and the board chair and the governing.
Yes.
Okay, those are all within the governing board. Yes, and we will be talking about individual and committee roles for sure. Yes, and those things vary, and the executive committee things and even things in your bylaws about committees conflict a little bit with the law, which we're going to highlight. So, yeah. So, third principle, and what we'll probably do is actually we'll knock this one out and then take a quick break. Yeah. And by the way, this one isn't like, it's an important principle. How many of you have heard the thing of boards should speak with one voice? Axiom like that, pretty much everybody's familiar. What does that mean to you?
Repeat the question.
The axiom that board should speak with one voice. What does that mean to you?
That we should all be aligned, and when you're ready to, offer our opinion, and we should be on the same page.
If I may sort of counter it a little bit, we shouldn't be on the same page when we're offering our opinions. When we conclude to something.
Yes, when we speak as a board.
Right. It is pretty interesting of how many organizations I've encountered, we've encountered over the years that, might have some statement there that, we celebrate diversity and diversity of opinions, but the culture is all board votes should be unanimous. A little hypocrisy in that, right? Okay, but what do you take to this one voice thing to mean? Okay, well, Tom sort of got introduced it a little bit up at the expectation board, but this is an important piece of consideration. Board authority is by law group authority. As Tom said, what it means is no individual member of a board has any authority unless it was delegated to them explicitly by board action or to a position or office they hold as delegated in the governing documents.
You just said by law. Is
By statute.
is that descriptive or is that reality?
Oh, in terms of what's common practice versus what's best practice or legal. I mean, this is the thing this is a cultural type of thing that happens is, especially if you go out to meetings and if anybody has, I haven't seen, but if you go out to meetings and you have a name badge that says YVHA director. If we refer to ourselves and proclaim ourselves to be directors, what do we think we have the authority to do? Correct. Okay, I always prefer that you say YVHA board member. Nuance, okay. But the reality, and this is the important thing, if you are going to be functioning well as a group and you let people make decisions for the group that are not authorized, that is diluting your power as a group. And inconsistent. And if anybody assumes that authority, what I'm saying is anybody assumes authority to make decisions on behalf of the board that's not delegated. And by the way, we don't only see this with officers, we see this often with board members who will walk into the office and say, staff, here's what I expect you to do. Okay, that's illegitimate. So what it means is, again, as board members, you don't have 1/12 or 1/13 of the board's authority. As individuals, you have 0. But what it means is what the board says as a group are the tablets being handed down. I'm thinking of a number. Some of you might be able to remember, like Johnny Carson used to do this thing like Karnak, the Magnificent or something, but I'm thinking of a number. And when I count to 3, I want everybody to say out loud what you think the number is, but I'll describe the number. This number is the maximum number of direct bosses a person can have in a singular role and be expected to be held accountable to that role in a fair manner. 1, 2, 3. Okay, not 13? Oh, see, conundrum again. Right? So what it means is BD's boss is the board, not board members. And again, unless explicitly assigned. It's crucial for that accountability. Yeah, one voice doesn't mean you all have to agree. That's the thing we want to stress. In fact, especially because you're public and people are gonna, you have open meetings, one voice doesn't even mean there should be pressure or a sense that you have to pretend to agree. But it should be that you make a commitment that once the board has made a decision, with an inclusive process that gives the ability for voices to be heard, that you will support the legitimacy of a board decision, even if you're in the dissent, and not try to actively undermine. Reasonable? Yeah. And so what it means is dissent is actually really healthy. If it happens in here, not at the parking lot after you meet.
I think one of the key things here is that dissent is not only healthy, but it's required. If you have no dissent effort, then I would say that you don't have a very effective organization on board.
That's why our point against having all unanimous.
But,
Yeah.
but I would also say that, when people don't participate, when several people on a board dominate,
Mhm.
then what you end up is what we call, I used to always say, you have to have weigh-in to buy-in. If
Yes,
people don't weigh in, they're not gonna buy in.
absolutely.
And they may keep it to themselves, but it doesn't matter. And that dynamic can never work. So you got to enroll the voice of everybody so that you can have one voice. I mean, it's almost to me, if there's a couple of voices that aren't enrolled, then you never get to this one voice.
I think we would echo that and sort of amplify it, with the agreement that even if you, well, if you disagree with something, it's much easier to go along with it if you can respect the process by which it was decided. And so an obligation that you should have of the chair, whoever is the chair, is, well, if the meeting is being dominated and you're observing that, and it doesn't mean we should wait for the chair to do it if it's not happening, because we all should know the process of say, two things. First of all, so we haven't heard from you. Do you have an opinion on this? And the second one would be, if it's an important decision, to say, okay, we got an important decision. Or this one gets called to a vote. Let's get on the table. What are the key things that we need to take into account and consider before we make the decision? So again, even if somebody doesn't actively participate, if there's sort of alignment of this is the process by which we're going to get to that decision. Does that resonate for you? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
What do you do when that dominance is the other way around,
By the chair.
coming from staff versus the?
All from staff. Well, I think are you saying like the staff member or other staff members in the room?
I'm just generic, I'm just. asking
Okay,
a question.
generically, it is interesting, and we're gonna talk about agenda planning, and again, not knowing all the nuances of, this is been a high level assessment to come in here, but, as a norm, one of the things we find bizarre is that how many organizations is it that the executive director prepares the agenda for the board's meeting without real board ownership in that? And where else in enterprise does the subordinate determine what the superior shall discuss? Okay, so that's one element that dominance often comes in. I mean, if it's the board agenda, it should be the board's agenda. Yeah, the ED.
That's the abdication.
It is. And the ED absolutely should have input into that agenda. But again, recognizing that hierarchy. If in the course of the meeting, the ED is dominating, the chair should say, ED, we're going to ask you to sort of step back and make sure we give board members the chance to express themselves. I mean, elephants in the room have to be confronted. There's always diplomatic and constructive ways. And, I guess if it happens at a meeting, and again, you have public meetings, it might be good that maybe somebody slides the chair a note and the chair may say, I'll have a discussion with the ED afterwards. Okay. But if it happens on a continuum, the ED is not the problem. It's the board that lets it continue to happen. That's the problem. And that's applicable to any board hijacker. Yeah, it's very, we've done these surveys, sort of everybody sort of points to, our meetings are good, except that the way Bill keeps dominating. Okay, and sometimes we'll see a couple of references or a few references to Bill that come up in those surveys. So, facing here. But again, the point is, if you got a 13-member board and Bill keeps hijacking the meeting, the problem is the other 12 that keep letting it happen. Yeah, and again, that's how you own group process. And it takes, by the way, we're going to talk about, it's hard, an imperative about accountability, which is really where we're going to step into next, is after the break, is it's completely unfair to hold people accountable for expectations that aren't clear. So maybe we haven't, Bill hasn't been sharp enough to intuit that he needs to create space for everybody else to speak. But if we sort of have code of conduct for the board, it's easier to hold people accountable for expectations that they've committed to than just to point out the actions at the meeting.
We have included a proposed or template policy for a board code of conduct policy and then just as a touch point.
On like page 23 or 4, I think.
And it would be a very important thing to highlight in an orientation, like you were talking about, making sure that board members have, as they come on, have an understanding of what's going on in this organization, what are the hot topics you're going to be asked to vote on, what are your expectations as you come onto this board in terms of preparation, participation, attendance, decorum, etc.
So on one voice, you know, this is a bit of humor that's especially applicable to public boards. School boards are maybe the worst, school boards, city councils come maybe second, but, you know, but people don't realize that if they're out there talking about the dysfunction of a board that they serve on, they're poking a hole in your own boat. Okay, so let's let's fix the dysfunction rather than dispute the dysfunction. Okay, this is, you know, where one voice goes askew. And I'd like to highlight, because again, you might sort of get a little smile on your face when you look at this. And it's sort of almost humorous, but there's nothing funny about it. Other than it's illustrated as a cartoon.
Other than it happens a lot.
It points out the human foible. Right. But it's a dysfunction. Yeah, if you're not going to agree with the rest of the board on the issue, and you did say in the conversation, yeah, or the worst dysfunction is to vote nay without having told people in advance why you're going to vote against something. Because the basis for that might have been persuasive to other people. So you're not contributing to the group other than just exercising a vote. Then, yeah, this could be taken lots of different ways, but yeah, the most classic interpretation of this is, well, there must have been a meeting before the meeting. And how do we avoid that thing to build that, if you want to have a culture of trust and transparency? So, when we get back, we'll talk about more, how do you put these things into practice on a practical level, not a conceptual level, a practical level. We appreciate your engagement. How are we doing so far? Just sort of anticipate. Okay, let's take about a maximum 15-minute break. Come back at 10 after the hour. Oh, before you go though, in the next section, we're gonna do a little exercise about delegation, and we need 3 volunteers now. First of all, are there 2 people who, and it's going to involve, we're going to put some glasses of water here and food dye. It's going to have to do with making different colors. So if you're colorblind, this wouldn't be applicable. But on the other hand, if you love to do Easter eggs, you're going to be spot on for this thing. But are there a couple people who are comfortable with playing with and creating colors that would be willing to come up here? I promise no humiliation about this. And then the third one is, we need somebody who would be willing to, and by the way, we're going to give instructions to all 3 of you. But we need somebody who's going to be willing to role play. And if this is yourself, and you're willing to ham it up, great. But if you've seen it and you are willing to sort of theatrically demonstrate how weird it is, because it will be with instruction, but we're going to sort of ask somebody to role play the maniacal micromanaging board member. And you don't get a potty break until we get these 3 volunteers. So, Maddie.
I'll do a second water.
Okay, we've got 2 waters, and who's going to be our micromanager?
You are a team.
Yes, you are.
I don't count role play. A half nerd, not a drama nerd.
Dan, would you be one? I'm gonna.
Sure, let's do it.
Awesome. Everybody, you got 15 minutes, but if I could get the 3 volunteers here back in about 5 or 7, we'll go through these.
Like that a little bit.
Okay.
Wait, how much time do you have?
Till 10.
Get access.
You're locked in, can't leave.
One way out.
Paper brave.
People don't understand that dogs are actually more afraid of cats than mice.
Lost.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Cole, I thought you realized, but I'm gonna say for brave, I'm gonna say for crazy. I was like, that's Cole.
I don't say great, I thought oblivious.
No, I was gonna say, that's.
The first time my puppy got one of the nails stuck in his, never looked back.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah, that's stuff like that.
Ah, all right, don't do that.
What do we want to set up?
Do it here at this end of the table.
Okay, all right, so.
Well, I said, Dan, when we get to the section, I'll probably ask you to pull your laptop down.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
You better do a good job.
It's good. No, I'm not nervous. I'm shaking in my boots.
Cold in here? What? You took it?
So I'm like, what is going on?
I'm freezing. I don't know right here, but I was like debating if I should put it over me or as a blanket. He put on his puppy.
They're like, what? Are we going outside?
I have another puppy in the car that I might go get on this. Shivering. It's like a giant like faux fur that I was contemplating going and getting.
Yeah. No, I have another puppy in the car. I'm probably gonna go grab it. But to be fair, I'm always cold in this room. We have our policy meetings in here and I just never say the night. Too, and it's never cold. Never, yeah. You think this is like warmer all the people in here?
Shouldn't it be written up?
They are, yeah.
Well,
And
yeah,
you
but
could, you
this
could
is,
do it.
I mean, we'll see how much.
I mean, nothing. Things staying houses again.
Yeah.
I think it's just because we've been sitting for so long.
Yeah, the red watch keeps telling me that it's time to stand up. And I just need to like mute the notification for the day because it keeps like telling me every half hour. I'm like, it's fine.
Starting this.
Raise my hand. I stood up.
Yeah, move your arm a little
It's just,
bit.
like shaming me.
Meet every day this week with all those.
How do you resolve?
Wrapped in a room.
Where they do.
Oh, yeah, it truly just shames you.
We're gonna let Dan pick his CEO. No, we're gonna let him pick his CEO of the two.
Oh. Which, who would you like, which of the two would you like?
Well, no,
I think you should work with Mike.
I hear it. Great one.
sounds good.
Let's see what happens.
That's. Glad.
So, and he'll.
14 hours.
Oh, yeah, good,
You
good.
see it?
I haven't even looked at that.
I just, mine said my height. I'm like, that will be the heck out of it. But Jack, I got a text from Jack, and he said, yeah, she
Oh,
liked this, so,
that's great.
yeah, so, yeah. I don't believe when. It went on, I send it.
Video.
We should look at her, is it? And you know. I just sent John Robbins. I had Robin.
Nice.
I made that.
Fire full.
You know, apparently. My body just does not, not respond. No, it's like everything else.
So she's right there. Yeah, I never really had, because but this one got the sun. This is the first time. No, the daylight did. Still, even like 13 months. So the sun and it's just like. It's like jetless. Yeah,
Yeah, but so let's see, does she have something or how about?
yeah, she does. She does. Yeah.
Yes, I like, I've worked out saying, I just love you.
I have,
And I'm.
I think it's just a matter of
My God.
Gotta get some this month.
Like myself.
Nice, because I know the person is.
You get a fair business.
Yeah, I did.
We don't get, sometimes our relation hasn't been very good.
Yeah.
I have to, some things about, I just kind of,
I only knew her. My wife was on
the way that.
Oh, I told that.
As much experience I've, another board with.
This is an in-house.
Legislation will pass.
So many other.
So you really don't. Know what people are doing.
No, I know, I think that twice, so, yeah. It'll be good. It'll be.
Big job.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm kidding. I think
Okay.
That's. All right, we can, get biggest jump.
So there.
To be honest.
Instead of like.
I think that's that.
Worked for years ago in free brown ranch.
Move everything.
Well, we talk about.
It's word.
Interest on it. So I had coffee with a piece of land that we own. Yes. Yeah. Like, it's like, talk about being here. The reason I didn't say. Anybody.
And it won't be right away, so we're giving you instructions now. He'll give you a takeaway, please.
Here's, make it work.
I'm thinking.
6 or 7 brown ranch cables.
Specific theories.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, no, it's.
Your office, growth.
Did you work for her?
I'd say, so,
Good job speaking
I
yesterday.
think that there.
The county too. She sent an email and was like, didn't know it was gonna land on my desk. And then I was like, Judy, oh my gosh, I haven't, because when my husband and I were remodeling our house, she was at Ace too. And so I love seeing her all the time and love working with her when she was at Catherine.
You know.
And then she joined, I guess, third. I was in the resort in 23.
Taxation. And we did, people say, "It's the first man, yeah." So we get
So he was,
1,000 doors.
look at that, full circle. I didn't realize. I remember like.
Oh, sure, no, it's true. It happens in Denver too, but it happens a lot more.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we told her, I said hi, and I was like. That way, for sure.
So you can't say, don't let that.
It's like she misses that job just because.
Mechanism. That vote was a perfect mechanism. You know, anything just.
We tried to get.
Well, you guys need to say no. No, I know. It's all right. And then, the bigger problem is, well, it's that, yeah, okay.
But if
Yeah.
you
All right, so. All right. We don't want to.
Hello,
underlings to know what we're doing. So,
We're
we're gonna do an exercise. And it's all about delegation.
Agenda.
How to empower people.
You
You two, having volunteered with the elected, you're gonna be, the examples, you're gonna be the CEOs of 2 different friendly competing companies.
So,
Okay,
I thought
you're
you-
both
I was-
exactly the same.
Vail and Altair.
Okay.
No, I can't be Vail. It's in my employment contract.
You're both going to have the same resources and the same objectives. One is water.
The what?
We have 5 ounces of water. Then you have color gauge. So, all right.
Good.
And you can even get creative for the creative ends, but here's gonna be your objective. You need to both convert, we're gonna bring you up at the same time and have you do it simultaneously. But you're gonna have different rules of engagement.
Yeah, so I was pulling it up. on the agenda.
Your objective is gonna be, think about how do I make 5 distinctly different colors of paper?
Okay, good.
And by the way, you have the instructions, because sometimes these are open to public. 5 distinct colors, hopefully attractive. And there's gonna be one mandate. One of the 5 has to be green.
Just get the money. We could.
Shade of green.
On the run for the rest of
But the rest of the group would conclude you shade to green. Now,
Retreat person next to each other.
here's the difference. You're gonna work for Dale. Dale, right? Dan, I'm sorry.
Definitely Dale. Definitely Dale. Definitely Dale. Go with Dale.
Dale. No, all right, yeah. Okay. Where's the, like your manager, here's the problem. You know, and you've come into a board that actually has some serious, they never trusted any of their predecessors. And what they've done is they've assigned Dan to be the chair of the watercolor percent committee. Okay. And so you're gonna come up here and did you ever play the games Mother May I? When I was a kid?
Yes.
Think about it. Boards play that all the time. Yeah, you want to do something, you need approval of the committee or the board. Okay. So it's gonna be Mother Dan May I? Okay, okay.
Mother
Dale. Mother Dale. I do that. Okay. So here's gonna be your objective. Is, okay. You are to convert 5 glasses of water into 5 distinct colors, one of which must be green. Oh, okay, yes, and here, okay, you must present your plan and ask approval from the mother for every step you want to take. So it might be, you know, can I make a glass of red water? Yeah, I'm gonna give him some instructions. So I'm gonna tell you all. So I'm gonna give him, he's gonna, in some cases, make it easy for you. In some cases, like, we're just gonna say, well, why do you want to start with red? Okay, or I'm gonna say, you might say, well, how are you gonna do that? And you say, I'm gonna use red food dye.
It's probably.
I say, well, how many drops?
Got another
That kind of.
Have you considered the environmental impact?
Yeah.
Boy.
Now, we're gonna ask you this.
No,
But you cannot put anything in a glass of water until you first get his okay. His instructions. He is not gonna tell you how to do it. Keeper of okay. But that's, so you may not use any resources until Mother Dan first gives you the authorization. And you want to try to get through this as quickly as you can, but have 5 glasses containing distinct and attractive colors, one of which must be green.
Okay, it was great.
That's your rules. That's all you need to know.
And it'll be about 30 or 45 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
You did well.
Yeah, it's much. easier.
Yeah.
You were first.
Oh, no. And everyone was like,
This is gonna be. Yeah.
It started about 2 minutes.
No, he's gonna be. House. Yeah. That's gonna have to follow this.
So they come right out to the convent.
Must be good.
The floor is out.
And I'm gonna send it up here. I'm your board chair and I trust you in this. And let me know if you have any questions, but go. Here's the when you want to give them these.
Place.
You cannot.
You put the time.
I don't know. Can you think of a way of making green? You can if you need to. Yeah, here's the other thing, and by the way, make sure. This stuff is very concentrated. Yeah, so if you want to blend color. It's easy to make it darker, you can't make it light.
Yes.
Okay, so. For example, that's perfect.
There you go.
Primary, secondary.
You can drop it. Then if you want to. Give this another color. The certain screens dealing with. There's coffee or something. If you want, if there's milk in there, if you want to bring up, do this now, go get a little, if you want to make sure, then go get a couple. You're not limited to these 5 days. In fact,
Yeah, I'll make it.
so you're gonna come up here, this, now, you're gonna do this very simple. You're gonna come up here, you 5 minutes, pretty quickly, I'll be supervising you, not stressing you. As soon as you make your 5 cups, just look at me, and if I give you the okay, sit down. Okay. Yeah, you get to listen. So.
That's really.
5 minutes. One of each must be clean. And be subtle about that, by the way.
Just do it.
Just get it done, don't.
The office. No windows.
Like most.
Did you say find it really?
Asking for praise, retraction. She's gonna ask if you step only have varying degrees of benefit.
Yeah, I'm good.
Here's the thing.
So at the end of the day, I'm always saying yes towards that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk away.
Don't allow it. Don't allow it.
I think.
So we'll be in some fun.
I'm excited.
I'd like to start with the green. I'd like to start with green. Oh, you have, well, if you want to, yes, one of your 5 cups. Yeah.
Coffees are for the cold room.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What do you know?
No other reason.
Yeah. Getting different too, I guess. Yeah. Varying degrees. Yeah, I mean, if the person wants to flu and like how many drops and.
You know, I think I'm gonna get a vet.
Like we're gonna be capable. Of course. Yeah, all right. So she can come up with other ways to achieve that.
The staff have gotten it like, and me and Sarah.
Yeah. Well, then it's great.
Very. It's
just
the road and bridge department gets like. I just keep it right there.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, 30 seconds. We'll give you 30 seconds.
We have 2 smart cards. Yeah, you do. And you're
Gonna
going.
be micromanaged?
She's so ready.
You probably don't do very much for that.
That's what makes you the ideal candidate. That's right. No, so the role play will be in about 45 minutes. Okay, so we had to use the break time to get them ready, because it'll happen before the next break. We'll start as soon as Bill and.
Entire career, it's been micromanaged. I probably would have been great at it.
So you're gonna enjoy the freedom.
Gonna go wild.
You are all are very punctual, thank you. You can leave that open, there's a couple more still coming.
Yeah, you always have to say. You're doing.
Professional too. Trust and verified. Welcome back. This was definitely the day to do it. This made this.
Yeah, really. Or we could all drive over there after and support the business.
But we want to break it. No. We want this thing to table.
All my notes got is we tried to have a Democrat meeting there one time. I got the best party I ever had, but I quickly realized it was not, that the doing business was not a good time.
Best meeting we've ever had, don't remember.
All right.
No more business.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your participation, your attention, your engagement in part 1. As Bill said, we're gonna try to move from sort of the theoretical to the more practical. So this principle is talking about focus on ends. You see the target symbol, you'll quickly realize that's what we use for ends. Ends determination really being the greatest contribution that a board can make to organizational success. So think about where we situated that board on the organizational chart, above the operating organization, but beneath the public on whose behalf we serve. And in fact, the ends that you determine, we'll talk about exactly what ends are in just a minute, should reflect the values and best interests of that public. Really, it's your job to discern that, and as we showed in the purchasing agent slide, to be able to communicate to the organization with one voice in such a way that the desired outcomes can be achieved, right? Reporting back to the public that we've been able to accomplish that which they told us was valuable to them. All right, so ends are really define the purpose of the organization, the why, the mission, if you will. It's 3 things: what results or impacts, for which people or groups, at what worth or priority? What results for whom at what cost, worth, or priority? Three, so it is a type of goal, but it's not synonymous with goals, right?
It's the goals that, we have lots of process goals in any organization. Hire the right executive director. Have a great board. Two outstanding examples, right? Does any organization exist for the purpose of hiring an ED? Or for the purpose of having a great board? No. So ends are the goal statements that enumerate what fulfillment of one of mission looks like.
Want to have affordable housing.
That might be the classic example, yes. We'll come to a couple of things you've already stated about that.
Yeah, and in fact, yes, we will. In fact, but spoiler alert, but your vision statement is a beautiful end statement. Yeah. All right. Everything else is means. It means speak the process, their activities, their budgets, their programs. The board's still accountable because the board's accountable for everything. Thank you. This is participatory. When we say the board's accountable for its own processes and conduct. Talking about the sample board conduct policy that's in the packet, and also for those of operations. So it means answer the how, what, who, where kind of questions. Yeah, and when. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't trying to be. Wasn't trying to leave one out. Yeah, we got to get them on. Okay, so let's look at a policy statement. So we've chosen one from a kind of adjacent industry. Right? This is a hunger prevention organization as opposed to a housing.
It's the statewide Feeding America affiliate for Maryland.
And at the broadest level, they said, much like you said, housing is available. Theirs was, we exist for the elimination of hunger. We always encourage boards to be aspirational in their strategic direction setting, hopefully not delusional.
What would it look like if there was no need for us? And create a world in which we're not needed.
Yeah, I did serve on a board for a number of years of a hunger prevention, right? How do we put ourselves out of business? Wouldn't that be great? Okay, so that at its highest level, there was elimination of hunger. That's pretty broad. How do we get a little more specific? How did this board get a little more specific in terms of defining outcomes? They said our highest priority is that there be a reduction of hunger in the number of people who are food insecure. There's a reduction in hunger. There's a reduction in the number of people who are food insecure. Easy to make housing. Other priorities, not in any order. So again, the board can assign priorities to things, and it has said number one is most important. Here are two more. Executive director, you're going to be given the ability to interpret what priorities to assign to these. Needs to be reasonable. We're going to hold you accountable to that. But the other two were the public engages in a movement to end hunger. And there is a comprehensive, integrated, and efficient system of food distribution.
In other words, it's not just about the agency, but how, if you're familiar, these agencies work with pantries and all other different distribution entities.
You now just Rocky Mountain Food Bank is ours.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. So again, start to notice that all of these statements, A, they're outcomes, and B, they're not about what's happening inside our building, inside our organization. This is the impact we're having out there.
And that they layer. So the idea of, if you just told the CEO, we want elimination of hunger in Maryland, okay, that's pretty darn broad. Aren't there some specific results you want? But here the board's essentially saying, if you fulfill 1 + 2 + 3, it adds up to, or at least great progress towards that.
Progress, right? Again, aspirational, not delusional.
Right, but that you could measure increment, how are we moving the needle to that long-term end result?
So with respect to this highest priority, this board chose to get yet more specific. So if we're talking about the reduction of hunger and the number of people who are food insecure, here are some other projected or desired outcomes. Food insecure individuals have access to nutritious food, so not just any food. Food is distributed equitably using county by county poverty statistics.
Getting pretty specific.
There's a narrowing of the missing meals gap. And is industry standard for measuring, how we're solving, hunger and security. Yeah. And food insecure individuals are assisted in accessing food from federal and local government and nonprofit programs. Because of the help we provide, they have access.
So. No, well, I guess here's the question for you. Then we'll put this back on screen. How are these different from the typical goals and objectives that are often laid out in nonprofit and governmental strat plans and planning documents?
End result. We got there's not how to get there, but this is what we want.
It's where is there.
Yeah.
It's a subtle but powerful thing. Yeah, if you tell staff the steps to take and they take the right steps, but the results aren't there, where's the accountability? They do what we ask them to do. So when you're delegating to somebody, not to tell them how to do their work, but what you want them to accomplish, much bigger. And that's what keeps you at that meaningful service to the community level. Defining those outcomes. Other observations? Well, what's inherently big about that, and Tom sort of implied it with his comment. Notice none of these describe what happens at the Maryland Food Bank facility.
Aspiration.
It's not just aspiration, it's about how is the state of Maryland different because of their work.
What difference did it make? You're in the business of making a difference, a positive difference. So anytime you're talking about ends, you're asking the question, if all of these activities are successful, we've identified, if the executive director or staff comes to you with, here's how we're going to get there. And you can answer that, you can ask the question, if all of these activities are successful, what's the result? You can define that result. You've made an instinct.
It's again, it's a very powerful because, well, these articulate what constitutes mission fulfillment. And so as Tom said, that's a big leadership thing. The highest level of leadership we think the board can offer.
So the board's role, when we talk about the strategic process, Michael, is in setting direction. Right? Now, hopefully you're clear. Hopefully you're setting a direction that's not confusing or impossible, right? But if you can set a direction, this is, you define where there is, then the ED and the staff can take you there. Versus all the mixed messages, right? Being clear is really important. Take your time, work your way through this. Burying the lead is never a good way to go about it.
Notice the bottom line of the sign. It's not real, but it's pretty. But let's face it. Think of the metaphor of how much we get stuck focusing on the jagged edges. And we miss the importance of where we don't.
Let's
Might depend on how sharp those edges are.
Sorry?
Might depend on how sharp those edges are.
But I mean, I guess,
But they could be distractions. And the important thing is that we have a focal point. You have to be, and we'll talk about understanding what's going on organizationally. And having process controls is imperative. But having our sights focused on where are we aiming is, we think should be the center point of the conversation.
can you go back to the picture?
That picture.
I guess, I mean, can I ask a question of the group? Like, do you guys agree that this is where we're at? Like, do we focus more on the edges instead of the bridge being out ahead?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'll push back.
I did not find that away.
And we weren't asserting this, we didn't create this for you guys. We're just saying this is sort of that boards commonly get distracted.
I think, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, we, as an organization, allowed 11 people to buy their own homes that couldn't otherwise not have afforded to buy. I think that's kind of those little victories on the inside. And I'm not sure that we as a board have celebrated that, telling the truth. And I think we probably should. So that was my perspective.
No, I was gonna say, I think when I was saying yes, I think, yes, we should celebrate Columbus. It's huge, huge. We're changing lives. But I was looking forward and I was, I guess, more or less looking at my business background is, you have a staff, quick celebration and you move on. And I'm saying right now, we're around the edges and we got that bridge out. So yes, we just did a great thing, but it's like, good job, move forward.
And hopefully sell all of them.
That's
That's the goal.
So what might it look like for YVHA? Again, this is, as I said,
Examples only.
these are examples only. These are handed to you as the tablets, as Bill said. But at the broadest level, what your vision statement says, the Yampa Valley has the affordable housing needed to support our community. It's really a lovely, broad statement. This, I mean, does that strike you as a fair statement of why you exist? And some of the results might be, and you see these in your core values and other portions of the strategic plan. Things like there is equal access to healthy living conditions. Housing policies and practices minimize environmental impact and enhance community well-being. Policies, programs, and services improve housing conditions, enhance quality of life, and support community development. Residents feel respected, valued, and heard.
Funny, these are values, but they're results.
Their goals.
Well,
Right.
they're purpose-related goals. Yeah, they're absolutely goals. And these would be things that we would say, you would be assigning these to your executive director as these are, you and your team, your job is to make these statements increasingly true every year.
I think we have to go a little further than that. I mean, I'm not getting into saying every goal has to be smart, but what I think is progress has to be measurable.
Yes, we
agree, and
we're not saying the process stops there, but this is the starting point of the results job description. Yeah, in other words, if there's going to be accountability for how do you make it increasingly true every year, how do we baseline, benchmark, set KPIs or OKRs? Yeah, right, absolutely.
Well, sometimes the goalposts are moved.
Well, and we'll share with you a process by which the board and CEO come to alignment of where those mileage markers and goalposts are. That's imperative if there's going to be accountability, for sure.
So next principle, setting clear performance expectations. What we call the role of governing policies. Policies really, if you think about it, are nothing more than values.
In the context that we're sharing, I mean, frequently they're bureaucratic rules of procedure.
So when we're talking about governing policies, we're talking about putting down in writing so that we can be clearly defining, clearly assigning what it is we value, or the folks on whose behalf we work, what are their values? Their values that underlie both our actions and those of others. They equate to performance standards or expectations. And this word has come up a bunch in our communications with Kathy and Lou and in the survey, right?
The committee structure uses it.
How can we be a team? And start by realizing that the board is a legally formed team, right? We talk about that group authority. We talk about the intergovernmental agreement that by which you come into existence, the bylaws which dictate how you work. All right, so those kind of set the rules. But any team to be successful needs more than rules, right? They play the sport by the rules, but they need a playbook. That's what policies can form.
And how do you get to the yeses of those yes/no questions?
That's what the playbook provides. All right, so here we go. Here's spoiler alert. We're going to talk about what are some other teams that need a playbook.
Theirs would be called
Yeah, it's an orchestra, but their playbook is
The score.
the score.
Score.
Right. And if they aren't all playing the same score, they can be incredibly talented musicians, but the result is not going to be terribly nice to listen to.
What would be other examples of a team that need a playbook to be successful?
So sports organizations are a good. Let's try to move beyond that.
Well, how about a military or?
Absolutely, like first responders or military or, right? Yeah, I mean, you don't want these folks, we all know they're pretty trained and intelligent, but you don't want them winging it.
You can say like any sort of the arts though, like a theater
Of
performance.
course. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Choreography,
Yeah.
scripts.
Yeah.
What's their playbook?
Pilots.
What?
Pilots.
Pilots, yeah, they have a flight plan. Doesn't matter how many hours of experience you've got a pre-flight checklist and a flight plan. That's how you avoid the missing thing.
So what does a board's playbook look like? It's a playbook that has 4 chapters, 2 of which are directed to the board. The board's expectations of itself, individually and collectively, and its expectations of how it's going to delegate to management, delegate to your ED, and ensure the verification piece, right? The third part of effective delegation. How are we going to verify that we got what we asked for? So let's take a look at and then on the other 2 are really directed to, in this case, we call the CEO, you call it an ED, but these are the ends, right? The outcomes that define the essence, the success of the organization. And then a category called staff meetings, which we'll explore first with our role play, and then in more detail in looking at some actual policies.
So if as a group, you get in alignment about what's our job and how we're going to carry it out, collectively and individually. How are we going to delegate to management? What do we delegate? How do we hold management accountable? Evaluate performance. What do we want to accomplish as an organization? And what authority management has in our absence? Can you think of any decision you would need to make as a board that wouldn't fall within those 4 categorical areas? And I say this in all sincerity, I've been asking groups this question in workshops for 28 years, and you just gave the verbatim response that always creates. And that's where systems thinking comes in. Anything a board needs to say to effectively lead, control, direct, and hopefully inspire organizational performance fits within these 4 areas. So,
Our executive director is the CEO in this case.
yes, we said we're using those terms
We're
synonymous.
picking on the executive director an awful lot.
I'm sorry?
It seems like we're picking on the executive director a lot in terms of the choke point, the problems where you have problems, where you don't have communication, where people aren't knowing what the goals are. I think there's other choke points in our structure besides those.
Okay, how many employees does,
I'm not talking about staff,
uh-huh,
I'm talking about course director and the boards.
you're talking about what?
Course director and talking about the board, is there other choke points or?
Yeah, so
Are you talking about officers and committees? What do you, I'm not understanding your question.
Well, I guess I could, I'm confused about some of the decisions made in the last couple of months. I'm confused about how they were made
So buy-in within the board.
within the board.
Yeah, that's part of the board process.
that's right where we're going right now. So perfect segue.
Getting you on track.
No, you're not, but again, we're hitting on these things broadly and we're digging deeper.
Okay.
Good. So board process. In this case, what we're talking about, and we're halfway through these principles, is that a board should state expectations for its conduct and walk the talk. That means what happens within the board and its subparts, board members, officers, committees, you should create predictability of performance. In other words, avoid surprises. So that means clear delegation, holding people accountable for fulfilling the roles that we've set forth for ourselves. It's walking the talk of leadership, both for your own work and for your relationship with staff. So where you describe J or the ED or CEO as a choke point, I mean, the key thing is to always keep in mind, how many employees does the board have? Which is a different question than how many employees does the housing authority have? One, yeah, yeah. So the ED is your point of contact with the rest of the staff. Okay. But within yourselves, yeah, you've got to have a playbook for how you're going to work. Yeah. You're a team. And you are not aligned on what your roles are as a team. And if there's questions as to what happens behind the scenes, that's where it's, and we're not here to rehash those, but to talk about where, without clarity about these things, you've got vulnerability for surprises. And the idea is, you know, you think about you also, because the organization is a team as a whole too, we think boards, and it's tough, one, they get paid to do their job, you guys don't, okay, but you should still lead by example. I mean, you want, you know, what you like to have is what happens in the proverbial boardroom is something that, you know, merits respect by the community, merits respect by the staff for whom you work, etc. Yeah. How do you get there? Yeah. What's the onboarding thing? Yeah, becoming the successful board member doesn't happen by osmosis. You know, and just because you're bright in your day jobs doesn't mean we know how to. I mean, unfortunately, this board work is not innate. Yeah, it's funny. I've worked with plenty of people with masters in public administration, and we'll talk, you know, there's so much of that is centered around the work of boards at levels of government, but there's very little taught on how do you help those boards be effective. We hear all the time that anybody who's been to law school had curriculum work in getting a JD on the fiduciary duties of boards, but we've never met anybody whose law school curriculum talked about how does a board carry out those duties. I mean, it's a black hole. So if you will, to start illustrating and these things and it's just these concepts of broadly, like, okay, so board process, how do we get alignment as to what our job is as a board? Well, this might sound familiar with our first principle. We would suggest, and by the way, policies vary by organizations, but usually at the broadest levels of things, there's governance is governance. It might be something like the purpose of the board on behalf of the people of the Yampa Valley is to see to it that the organization produces targeted results as set forth in our HEDS policies at an optimal cost and avoids unacceptable actions and situations. Think about any governing board and translate that language to who their owners are. If the organization is producing effective results that benefit the targeted population well, and in so doing is acting, you know, within all norms of prudence, ethics, legality, effective communications, transparency, those things. Isn't it fair to say the board's doing its job pretty well?
I would just, you know, I would just say that I think more optimal return on investment than purely cost, just because we are recognizing we're an industry that requires subsidies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a
That's a good elaboration. Yeah.
comment.
Yeah. And again, we're not saying this has to be your language as stated, but we're going for conceptually, can we agree that if the board focuses itself on saying, okay, that means we have to identify those targeted results and we have to set forth a way that we conduct our work and lead the work of the operating organization to produce those results while both board and staff act in manners that do no harm.
I think that B is more of a behavioral piece than it is anything else.
So you think about this, that's great, Steve, because if you think about when, okay, I always think my experience as a board member and as I relate to us, I think one of the things that, you know, we always think about, what do you not want to have happen while you're on the board? And it's having the adverse headlines about the organization in the paper. Okay. Almost always the adverse headlines aren't about falling short of mission fulfillment. They're almost always about how things happened in the organization. They're almost always about the process issues. And so the board has to be explicit about those things. In fact, overwhelming when we talk about policies. The ends usually fit on a page and the rest take quite a bit more. But in terms of avoiding the actions and situations, you're right. And that goes back to every decision is either an ends or means type of a thing. I mean, we're not like making that assertion. It's there. I mean, everything is either who, what, where, when, and how, or why. So on the how of board work, besides that, we typically find that, boards will enumerate policies. One about what are our values as a board. Board job products, we're going to give an example of here. The other ones they're bolded or the like chair's role and authority and code of conduct. And we've got include examples in your packet, but agenda plan, as we said earlier, let's be clear, and it's usually that the chair is responsible for the agenda, obviously with strong administratives and input support from staff. But we're strong advocates that there be a provision that any board member wants something on the agenda, notify the chair X days before the meeting.
Well, actually, city council does a really good job in agenda planning because they decide it as a board at their meetings. So like they have a meeting and they talk about it. So it's
A
like,
workshop, you mean?
no, at their actual city council
We
meetings.
do an agenda review of the next 5, but also we meet every week almost. City staff, myself,
Right.
and the pro tem meet to review agendas before we even do that.
Yeah, but you do a real good job of making sure all council the council as a group, as a team, decides what's going to be on the
So
agenda.
so you're not caught by surprise.
Exactly. Or something you think you're going to talk about, you never get to.
Right.
So I was saying, Steve, is
Keep it on track.
do a good job.
So then what are the principles upon, this will be a very big part of our conversation. What are the principles upon which we use committees and what's the structure? Nomination, election, and term limits, not so much up to you, but you have the appointments, the opportunity to have input into those processes and budgeting for board issues. So just, those are examples, but moving into, the whole issue, and I think this was raised earlier, I think it was John that raised the point about what are the things that are non-delegable? How do we, and it's an important part of delegation when you think about it. In any delegation, it's important for the person you're delegating to know what authority they don't have. What, if I'm the boss, what am I retaining as my prerogative? So what we propose is, these could be well enumerated, but in almost all cases, there should be 3 at you pull. One of which is representing and connecting owners' interests with the organization. You are the people that are here that serve the public. Okay, so your job is to understand public needs, expectations, values as it relates to your sphere of influence as an organization.
And if you think about the organizational chart that we showed, the board is the only one in the position to do that. It sits between the operating organization and the public.
Right, for shared commitment. Setting written performance standards and expectations. Get clear on all people. And assuring that performance meets those expectations. So we refer to these as like the 3 pillars of effective governance. That if a board does these 3 things well, the organization is not going to flag, particularly if the performance standards for the organization are reflective of serving the community needs. Yeah, most cases boards have add-ons. Examples would be public policy and advocacy decisions. Sometimes, especially in nonprofits, where board members are expected to fundraise, okay, and or identifying other funding sources. And naturally, any decisions that are outside the authority delegated to ED belong to you. But we're suggesting, if you will, that your agendas should be reflective of these board job products. They should be sort of, if you will, the ongoing agenda of the board from which annual and individual meeting board agendas ought to be planned and executed. So if you say, what are we aiming to, what are things we need to tackle and accomplish in the next 6 months or a year? And then make sure that the individual meeting agendas are derived from it. And if you spend a lot of time on stuff that's not on that screen, you're probably spending too much time doing other people's work. If this is to do this well and thoughtfully, given 30, 36 hours a year, think about it. Thoughts? So now the next big issue, and volunteers bring up in just a couple seconds here for the exercise. But the next big issue for a lot of boards is this one of, I think, full operation. and without getting stuck in them. And plenty of responses on the survey are like, is the team structure that got us here going to be the structure that's going to help us at the next level? And how does it enhance delegation or get in the way of effective delegation? And there's some impediments that are reflective of it. Now, in a traditional approach that a lot of boards use to control things is before staff take on and start any initiative, bring a plan to the board for approval, or have a committee bring a plan for the staff to execute and bring it to the board to approve. What might be considered the weaknesses of that kind of a structure? Anybody?
Doesn't take into account strategic decisions.
It starts becoming tactical decisions versus high level. Yeah. And frequently becomes reactive. We're reacting to a plan rather than leading the process of what is to be planned. Okay. And then there's consequences of it. Yeah. Okay. Well, the budget got approved. What were the values upon which we approved? Yeah. Or for any given plan, when the board approves a plan that includes here's the steps to be taken, there's an implication that that's the one right way to do the job. Like if your staff, and you can think of a better mousetrap, but it conflicts with the board's approved plan, what are you supposed to do? Bring it to the board for a change? Act in a manner inconsistent? Okay. And being involved in those planning elements really mires the board in managerial detail. And what happens then is staff are like, well, how do we do what the board said becomes the target rather than how do we accomplish the ends? So let's ask our three volunteers to come forward. And I'm going to move my laptop over here for a minute. And share. Here's going to be the action. How many of you think about the exposure we have to approving plans as part of the work. Think about that. Well, ask Michael to go over this side, Maddie on my side here. Well, think about that. How many of you remember getting one of those places kids called Mother May? Have you ever thought about how frequently you engage in that as adults in boardrooms? Yeah, we're going to give a little illustration. Sounds like you're okay, but we're talking about the idea of bringing a plan to a board for approval, and then the board approves the plan, and then what happens? So what we're going to just do, and this is it's going to seem a little hammy, but we've always found it's worth the 10 or 15 minutes to do a discuss. We have two organizations with two executives, Michael and Maddie, who are friendly competitors. They both work for companies that are involved in the same business. They have the same objectives, the same resources, which is to take their 5 glasses of water and to convert those 5 cups of water to 5 distinctly different and hopefully attractive colors. Okay, now they've been primed on that's their objective. Now, in terms of accomplishing that, they have unfortunately, well, you'll see they work in very different delegation models. Michael's new to her position, and she comes to a board that had some previous distrust issues that came up with her predecessor. And as a result, to make sure everything goes okay, they've assigned Dan to be the watercolor oversight committee chair. And Michael, as the new executive, is not to take steps unless they've been first approved by the committee chair. Have you ever seen that scenario play out, like in real life, on some degree? Okay. Now, you'll notice Maddie works for a board of a different culture. I'm actually the chair. And you'll see there's sort of a different approach that happens. But what Michael's been informed is that, we've asked her, she knows this is her objective, and she's got a plan, but to execute it, she's not allowed to put anything in the water until Mother Dan says, okay. Everybody in alignment here? You ready to do it? All right. You guys start before you start. Maddie?
Yes.
I've been asked by the executive to go out on some sponsorship and some development calls that might hopefully bring some resources. I'll be checking in with you. If you need me, holler. Okay. Let's go for it.
All right, Michael.
Yeah, I take the yellow, put it in this class.
How many drops are you planning to put in there?
If I start off small,
See,
Okay, okay.
that works.
All right, yeah, I guess we can move forward with that, yeah. Heavy handed there. Yeah.
May I go with green?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
They did say that one needed to be green.
Eventually, yes. I mean, that is the goal. I think let's start with some other objectives before that.
All right, I'm gonna go with the red.
All right.
I'm blue now.
Was that in your slide deck that you presented to the board earlier?
It was just an idea. I just
Yeah,
had.
okay, okay. Well, I guess we can allow that. Yeah.
Great, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Mhm, mhm.
Go ahead and start it up. Make sure.
Yeah, no, okay. I think it's good point to be doing that.
It's pretty cool. Lot of way.
Careful. Supposed to be mixing the colors.
Sure.
Yeah, you've made a lot of progress, I see already. You got green, what's that last one? Oh, I see purple coming.
Thinking, I gotta make it first.
Okay, it's kind of dark, but that's cool. Yeah, I can see something.
Yeah.
You got green, yellow,
No,
purple.
I don't think it's time for the green.
Thank you, you did a great job. Great, have the rest of the afternoon off.
And what's the outcome, the desired outcome of mixing those two?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think I'm gonna try to feel some green.
It's just. Okay.
Okay, what's the action plan here? How many drops of each we
Like,
put in there?
Higher ratio of yellow to blue. Blue is gonna overpower the yellow.
All right, we'll allow it.
I just say, it's very, be sparing with the stuff. They're very tiny. The bad budget is very.
Surprised. Yeah, that's let that settle, maybe mix it up a little bit.
I'll take one more distinct. Try and get a orange. I use volume yellow, maybe go with purple.
All right, okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. What sort of ratio are we looking at here?
A little blue.
Okay. All right.
Don't get a
Next time we'll,
All right. Kudos, they really got the job done, great. Great, great.
let's sort of green.
The dark
I need green, not even using
dark
green.
green. Yeah, I know, yeah. All right, so, now. Just with the three participants not participating in this immediate discussion until I ask you specific questions. For the rest of you, I'll ask you specific questions. What just happened? What's going on? Micromanagement. You saw some micromanagement? Okay. Yeah, Dan,
On one side,
I'm sorry.
saw more efficient results on one side.
On one side, the job got done in literally half the time, and we were working on the third class, that it was finished. Yeah, okay. Micromanagement. Is there anything Dan did that you say, oh, that would never ever happen in a boardroom? Or what, did it just sort of amplify things that often happen?
Metaphorically, yeah.
Metaphorically? It happens, right? Okay. So what would we guess life was like for Michael? Well, she was
Harder.
Yeah.
It was harder.
Yeah.
I think she was quick. We were just asking, what was that like for Mike? What would the rest of you say are the implications of when an executive is sort of in that position?
Frustrating.
Frustrated, a little taxing. Okay, here's the interesting thing. They both got the job done, actually remarkably similarly. Okay. Nobody got super creative on things, but they got their dark green, dark purple. But Maddie did it in half the time. Does that mean she's doubly capable than Michael is? Or is it fair to say under the system we had, we actually had no way of really knowing how capable Michael was? Yeah. Okay. So that's a big part of it. What was it like for you, Michael?
Annoying. Every time.
Yeah. Yeah. Was it a negative experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It was interesting because by my observation of all the times you asked to do things, there was only one time he ever said, no, not to do it. What was that? Do you recall?
Using the green.
Yeah, yeah. Everything else you asked for, you got. So what was the problem?
I guess having to ask.
Yeah, right, right. What would we guess it was like for Maddie in Paris? Easy, easy. Now, what I'm about to say, I hope will come across, but I'm about to demonstrate to you that I actually exercise the same amount of control over Maddie that Dan did over Michael, but I did it differently. And the power of a different approach is all about empowerment. There was only one time you were turned down from anything. And it was when you asked to use the green. Okay, Maddie, answer my question specifically.
Yep.
Did you feel empowered?
Yes.
You were able to apply your talents?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any restrictions given on you on how to do the job?
Yes.
How many?
One,
What was it?
not to use the green. Not to use the green, but to make a green with what I
Same
had
thing.
given.
They all have the same job description, same outcome. But I took the time to let her know ahead of time what the thought was. And look at the difference of what happened. Yeah, we talked about Maddie being twice as productive because she got it done in half the time. But in terms of people hours, what percent of Michael's time was matched by Dan? 100. What percent of Maddie's time was matched by me?
10.
Less than 10%. So arguably, 4 times as productive in terms of use of resources. And when we get to the team's discussion, many board members have subject matter expertise and all that can be helpful. But the applying it to a system of overseeing the staff, and in some cases, other staff members, notice the kind of confusion and with 10 meetings a month, things like that, that it may not be enhancing our productivity the way we want to. So we're going to try to get to how do we make up for this. That's it. Enlightening? It is. It's kind of fun for us, legal clients that, you know, maybe, well, that we haven't worked with in a number of years, and somebody might call and say, we've got some new board members who want to do that colored exercise. Can you send us the instructions on how to get it? It stints. It does stink a lot. Any other observations? Good. Everybody take away. We're not projecting. Did we lose the, uh-oh.
I'm not sure what's going on there. Jason Easley is doing something. And Dave Barnes.
I'll go, I'll go make sure, I'll look at the Zoom link again, okay? Lost the Zoom. Yep, need Jason to let me in.
Here, we can do it.
Okay.
It's right up here.
Oh, you can let me
It's
in?
not Jason.
Yeah.
Whoever got the laptop.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, so you can get her sitting right there.
Okay.
There we go. And we'll share. Mute me.
We are. Champions are inside, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Can I ask a question
Yeah.
about the exercise?
Yeah.
Fully understand with the what the point was with all of that. Would it be your expectation, your recommendation to us to, in another conversation, decide where we fall between those two ways of being?
Again, your observations now, where do you fall?
Yeah, I feel like that would be helpful for us to
Please.
discuss. I'll offer, I don't think that, I think in some regards, there's a little bit of what happened with me and Dan, but in majority of regards, that the PD doesn't come to the board for every move that he makes.
I don't think we would characterize it as a major board dynamic, but as it dilutes down to the teams and teams' interactions
Right.
with staffs and how staff perceive, am I good to go with things without the team or the team chair? That there's sort of an implicit element of this that's at play.
Yeah, I think the dynamic is different, although I think the situation is similar. You know, staff comes to the team meetings,
Like the working groups, Lou?
the working groups, yes.
Okay.
And then the staff goes back and does something. You know, associated with what is discussed in the team. So the staff has sought input, and then they're exercising what the input, the interpreter told them to do. I think that's part of it.
And I have heard from staff that there are some board members that hang out the office and sort of micromanage, so.
And so here, micromanaging can mean different things to different people. Okay. Ultimately, micromanaging isn't about getting into small stuff. We view micromanaging as after you've given somebody the job, then telling them how to do it. Okay. And again, what we did is now how to do it. What we're saying is there's a different way of looking at it. We're not saying approval is a 4-letter word. In a traditional context, it can't be. But the idea is the board should not vote to approve something unless it first is aligned on what basis would we vote no? Take something as simple and prevalent on almost any board as move to approve the financial report. How many boards have come to an agreement of when they would vote no? Or is it response? Okay. And well, the treasurer says it looks okay. What are the criteria that you're using? Things like that need to be there. So the idea is when we're approving something, to the extent the concern is about effectiveness, honestly, and accomplishment is the only needed test if we're talking about approving a plan. In other words, how do you know a plan is a good plan? And unfortunately, it's more after the fact. So let's accept that. Okay. But we're not saying you should just let anybody go do anything, because even if you accomplish the ends, the way you got there might not be good. So what we're saying is, again, we talked about saying where is there, but when it comes to delegating to staff, don't tell them how to do the job. Set the boundaries like we did with Matt. And so the principle is to use parameters instead of approvals to simultaneously empower and control executive performance. This is the one element that we do a lot in our work that people find a little disconcerting at first. And it shouldn't be, because you use it in so many places in life, okay? What's the rules when we drive? The signs of, the concept here is if the board tells the CEO how to do the job, then the CEO does it to the letter, and the results suck. Who's accountable for that? The board. But who's going to take the bullet? Okay, so there's no accountability. Or there's not there's not fair accountability. There's not rightful accountability. So what we suggest to do is instead pre-approve actions by setting forth the boundaries. Say if you act within these boundaries, you don't have to come to us first. And it allows staff and arguably officers and committees, but this is primarily about staff, especially to be reasonable, agile in responding to the ever-changing world that we're working in, and not have violations of one voice. We're used to this in so many different places. Okay, the sign never says approve speed. If we've got a crappy weather day, that would be dangerous as hell. So what are we taught? What's the driver's licensing requirement? The first time you take the exam is that you use reasonable or prudent judgment, but don't exceed the limit. And there's different places that it applies. But what we're talking about is a different animal, and this would apply and this is going to play a lot into the soon to be forthcoming conversation about committees is the traditional approach, which should we say, which is somewhat here, but again, many of you serve on many boards, is stop till we say go. Wait for the green light. We're saying get rid of that. And instead make it go, but here's where you must stop. What's a more productive delegation model? A, stop till we say go, or B, go, but here's where you gotta stop. Wouldn't it be? Another metaphor. I heard somebody say something during the break about a baseball metaphor. I think baseball metaphor. I don't know what you were talking about, but.
Something entirely different.
Okay, and I bring this particular visual up, unfortunately, because it's a pain point in my life, because I'm a baseball fan and wish we had a major league team in Denver. But they visit. But they visit.
Every day is visiting.
Yeah, right.
It's the Rockies.
But whether or not you're a baseball fan, what are the two lines that appear on the diamond that I've highlighted call? What is their purpose?
To determine what's fair and what's foul.
Exactly. Without that, no. Is the game all about those lines? No. But it can't be cohesively played unless there's clarity as to, because only by agreeing on what's foul can we concur as to what's fair. Yeah. In baseball, they're set at 90 degrees. As a board, you can set these wherever. But the idea is, if you set these clearly to our ED, the rules are, hey, look, we want to score the runs. That's the ends. But when it comes to making decisions, if it's within the boundaries that we've set, you don't have to ask permission first. If it's outside the boundaries, back to John's earlier question, that's a board call. Okay, so the narrower the boundaries are, the less latitude there is, the more involved in decisions the board might be. But that's why there can be disparity.
I have a,
And by the way, what we're sort of saying is establish the thou shalt not list. And for people that are uncomfortable with it, there is precedent. What was it?
I was just gonna say, I have a question for maybe the board members who were here 22, 23, 24. To just say like those foul lines of like, you can do this within these parameters. Would you say that, and this is maybe like how we got here, Michael, to your point, would you say like, because the scope of the work changed so drastically with like the acquirement of a Grand Ranch property and then the subsequent things that followed, that prior to that, those foul lines were drawn and the ED did, our scope of work was smaller or our scope of work was more narrow. And so those foul lines were set. But then after, 22, 23, 24, when the scope of work widened, that we didn't redraw the foul lines. Like, is that fair to say that because everything got bigger for us and it got different, that we maybe needed to redirect those foul lines or reestablish them, and that maybe that is something that didn't happen or that we could have improved on?
I mean, I think what happened was that for the case of Brown Ranch exactly, was that a plan was proposed to the board to take the planning of Brown Ranch outside of the board. And that was approved, but the foul lines weren't drawn for when it needed to come back to the board.
Right, okay.
And then the entire process ran away from the board.
And
I think that's like a good metaphor, like a good.
Here's what we wanted to get done, but not here.
well, I think, like as Steve said, is we didn't delegate, we abdicated.
I don't think we did that intentionally. We didn't.
No, not intentionally.
We didn't say, we don't want to do
No,
this. We're giving
but-
this to someone else. That's not how that
But
happened.
just the way, because we didn't have the foul lines.
You didn't give two sides, needed two sides of the
Yeah,
direction.
in effect, that's what happened. So I think you're right. We didn't have the foul lines clearly drawn.
Like, we didn't say, you can run with this, but this is when it needs to come back to us.
Exactly.
And this is like where we need to, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. No, I just think that's helpful for people who were not here through that process to understand, so that moving forward, like, we do have these projects coming up and we do have, things that we still need to be taking care of, our current properties in addition to the new projects. And so where are those lines? I think is something we can discuss as we set
For
them,
major projects, there might be some very special ones,
right?
but generally, we would, I think, we could say with assuredness that if you need to draw them, let's say for every time it would need to be drawn in the next 5 years, 90+% of, jump ahead here, 90+% of them would fall in one of these categories. Yeah. What are our worry points about what do we not want to see happen? And in most cases, it's going to be about finances. It's going to be about protecting our assets, which include our reputation, our brand. It's going to be about how people are treated within our organization or our constituents outside. Sometimes it's about how people get paid. It's going to be about, back to this, what needs to come back to the board in terms of awareness. And how do we support the board of influence? John, you were raising your hand?
I don't want to bring up sort of places, but for those people who weren't here in that time, I was on the outside. What were the foul lines that were broken and what were the mistakes that were made? I don't want to bring it up, but if we don't know, then we can't learn from it. So
Yeah, I think hearing that they weren't really drawn, but
Maybe the better question is, where should the lines have been drawn?
okay, sure. Where should the, sure.
that's what I think. Yes. Yeah, that we were maybe absent drawing those lines.
Too broad a drawing. I think.
Yes.
It
Just
was
brought in drawing,
the
sorry.
foul lines. Yeah, the foul lines were build affordable housing. And how do we do that? We reach out to partners, we partner, or we survey the community. We build what can be built out there to match the need. So we measure the need. We assess the property to determine if that need could be met. We built plans to do that, and then we went through the process of annexation. So
You talked about a lot of steps to be taken, but not what's to be avoided.
but you're right. Yes and no, because what was to be avoided was always going to be funneled into the annexation process. So the foul lines that we gave were broad and probably on purpose at the time without forethought of what could be the traps going in the future, the traps that were unearthed during the negotiations.
Yeah, because you just listed 4 activities, 3 of them didn't happen within the boundaries of the board. They were happening in a separate community process.
The board didn't have the expertise to develop land.
And here's the cool thing, if you set the boundaries well, it's applicable to all CEO and operational activities, not just what happen in the boardroom.
Within and limits.
I
I'm
think
just saying, like, the process that was in, like, well, the board was not doing that, like, the board wasn't doing that work. We weren't brought along in the steps of the learning until it was a fully baked plan, and
Part of
it was.
part of the community process, we approved the community plan or the broader wish list.
Yeah, the final was, do you approve this plan?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes or no? And yeah, I mean, I think I'm definitely making sound more black and white than it was, there was like. some-
Yeah, there was involvement, but it was not held. The ownership of it was not as tightly held by the board through the process. And that's what I mean by broad foul lines that could have been.
Yeah.
Instead of 360 foul lines, 90 degrees.
And I should say that from my perspective, the way that we ran that process and how that process sort of defined every other thing that happened for the last 2 years, that way of being sort of kind of became an ingrained pattern for the board on other topics.
And I think what happened on that is that just because they were so broad, and I'll say my opinion as a board member who was on the board at the time, I felt I was very limited. I mean, I participated in every community meeting that was available. I felt it's actually sharing my voice on what the final plan would look like was very limited. And I think that it was what happened by delegating, advocating it to the community groups. When it was brought back to the board, it was more cumulative thinking than critical thinking opportunities on the board level. So I think there are certain just foul lines we could have put in place on that. I don't want to rehash.
Yeah.
But even going forward, I think more recent example is the continents. I mean, Mark's been intricately involved in that. And I think that there are probably some foul lines we could have placed on that development that we could have, corrected some situations earlier on. So I think that's a very solid recommendation.
So how do you approach this? And again, without going to the specifics of that one incident, but to think of a practice as a board, the idea is you start broadly and get more specific. So for example, when we're trying to decide what should be, here's another way of looking at this approach of what we call the parameters approach. It's about telling staff, here's what we don't want to see, even if it would work. Okay, because the board gets, one way of looking at it is the board could say, here's what we want to see, make it happen, we'll catch up within a year. And you can come back a year later, you got the development you wanted. But in the meantime, you could feel that, you could find out, wait a second, the way we got there isn't going to serve us longer. We could have broke the law, we could have broke the bank, we could have hurt our reputation.
Alienated partners,
Huh?
alienated partners.
Alienated, yeah, partners is a big issue. So a starting point on, and an example of the broadest constraint would be to start with, okay, what, if we said nothing else, what are our deepest values about what we don't want to see? And they're usually that the ED will not allow anything that is either against the law, imprudent, very open to interpretation, okay, or violation, in your case, would be of the IGA or commonly accepted business and professional ethics and practice. I would venture to say that everything that your current or future ED could do that would piss you off would be for one of those 4 bullet points.
So if you put a lot under improvement, you might be true. But that's a wide.
Okay. Yeah, here's the interesting thing. What do you mean by imprudent? It means bad business judgment.
Yeah.
And that's a big concern. And here's the interesting thing. What's unlawful, you don't have to further define. It's defined for you. The IGA is well defined. Commonly accepted ethics and practices, they're pretty commonly accepted. So the thing that's very open to interpretation here is imprudent and or stupid. And in the United States of America, stupid is often very legal. Right? And so the idea here is each of the other times, excuse me.
Yeah, I think the other thing on that actually, if you want to talk about, I think the most important thing the ED should not cause or allow is any practice that goes against our mission. Because particularly it's where
That'd be the highest level of imprudence.
that's what that means, is that where imprudence is? Because
That's the highest level.
okay, because that's true, because we are, goal is to build affordable housing that, and not like free market, not marketing that we make.
I was going to come back to, but in a couple of, we're going to talk about like, what are you delegating to the ED? Achievement of the mission and ends and compliance with all these parameters. So that's inherent then.
In fact, the very next slide, you're going to have a talking point on this. Because we're talking about financial planning.
Oh, right, which is what are our assumptions and that our expenditures can't deviate from our ends.
It's that old saying, is
Good point.
like, don't tell me what your priorities are, show me the budget, and I'll tell you what my priorities.
But I'll tell you this, too many boards think that, where's your articulation of priorities? It's found in the budget. But you can't lead a parade from the middle of it.
True.
Okay. The priorities should be established before the budget is planned.
Exactly.
And so, for example, and John,
Yeah, just back to the slide of improvements.
yeah,
All the things we're looking at is what somebody with ED can do from within inside.
they're talking about what happens by and under the authority of the ED.
Now, there's outside things also occur. That's not, could be caused by what the ED does.
Right.
And it may not be imprudent, maybe some other category. Like you say something that's true and positive, but it conflicts with some other outside group. Is that imprudent?
Well, I mean, put it this way, you're not there to tell every outside group what they want to hear. I mean, if it said not constructively, that would be imprudent. If it's representing our viewpoints and somebody else doesn't like it,
Yes.
that might be his job to do. Or their job to do, you're
So it's
supposed to.
possible that fall into a situation where it's not imprudent, but somebody doesn't like what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, you cannot hold the ED accountable. Yeah, here's an interesting thing of you cannot hold the ED accountable for the way people feel, but you can hold them accountable for the way people are treated.
So that's imprudent.
Well, if they're treated inappropriately, that would be highly imprudent.
I've been in all situations where somebody perceived what I did and there's no intent there, but they saw it as imprudent because of the way they see things.
Right. But ultimately, he's accountable for you to be the judge and jury of this. So if something comes to your attention about an interaction, your judgment of whether it was prudent or not is your judgment. Somebody else might not like it, but you might, your job, the legal thing of prudence is very open to interpretation.
Right.
But you think about it, it's core to what's called our jurisprudence system. Okay, and the idea here is it's only fair to hold the accountable for not necessarily what you would have done, or not what the outside third party would have liked to have done, but what a reasonable executive would have done in like circumstance.
Where the meaning reasonable is,
That's the reason, that's what it is.
interpreted again.
And we're gonna actually expand on that here
Okay.
very shortly. So let's keep
Can I
going.
ask you a specific
Yeah.
question around improvements? Because I think, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but you brought up at times that contracts have been signed that you would never have signed.
Well, thank
Does that correct statement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I missed.
Yeah, I think, Mark, you brought up in the past that, our ED has negotiated a contract, which you would not have signed the way it was.
That's correct.
So if I say, is that imprudent by signing contracts that are not in our best interest? Well, it's not imprudent if you think it's in our best interest, but it's maybe not. It turns out to not be in our own best interest. But what I'm getting at there is if we have contracts that are signed that are not in our best interest and we call it imprudence, the cure for that is what?
Well, okay, I mean, that's what, as we'll talk about, and that's really the 10th principle, so I want to help us get there too. But the idea is in the holding accountability, you will judge the reasonableness of the CEO's actions as to did they comply with your policy expectations. And we wouldn't suggest stop, that while this is, we say, a common outer starting point of these policies, you would go deeper and, for example, financial condition activities would often speak to what is the contracting authority or expectations of the CEO.
So I could go in there and I could say, the expectations are this, but in order to have that, what we really need is somebody who's an expert in contracts to be overseeing, providing oversight on that.
I mean, if
Approval on that.
put it this way, if I'm on a board and the CEO has started executing contracts without appropriate, whether it's legal or relevant subject matter counsel, I would probably be judging that CEO's actions were not prudent and
Unless you didn't establish the boundaries around that.
And
so
particularly.
what we're trying to do is show you how to establish
And I
that.
think sometimes, I think that's what you were talking about. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, and again, at least one of the things we ask to see is like, what are the policies you've established to set forth these rules? You have a 2-page job description for the ED.
Actually is a financial policy.
Then, well, you have financial procedures policies, right?
And also to be clear, what even on the cottonwoods, the contracts were reviewed by the board, and I'm not saying we have expertise like Mark has on construction, but also we had our attorney look at it too. So, I mean, there was.
If the attorney looked at it in hindsight, it wasn't in our best interest. I'd be talking about our attorney more than I would be our ED.
I don't know if it was, I think we're.
I don't want to get into detail. I just wanted to use it as.
But we want to,
We can cover this.
Yeah.
Through lessons learned.
Yeah.
Let me just say quickly, some of what you're concerned about would be addressed in these other policies. For example, in comp and benefits, you might say they're not going to enter into a
relationship.
with a consultant or a contractor that's more than a year or more than X dollars, right? Just like you do with some of your purchasing and contracting, you set some limits on what you need to do, right? Yeah, in asset protection, you're gonna say you're not gonna take something that's gonna put us in a bad light. Like, are you agreeing to a provision that's not typical in this geographical region or in this industry, right? So you will set some limitations, some foul lines around it. And we don't have the time to look more completely at what all the provisions, but.
But we'll stay.
Those kind of things are good. Yeah,
More
you
examples, we'll show you on the policy. But an example, for many boards, one of the biggest decisions you make every year, or one of the most important approvals you make every year, is budget. So we suggest, why not talk about, okay, let's have policy as to, and the best way to get there. I mean, if you ask 13 people, what's everything you want to see on the budget? It's a hell of a laundry list. What's much more focused is say, under what circumstances would we not approve a budget? And believe it or not, and we've got multi-billion-dollar clients, okay? And the budget policy is usually not more than a handful of provisions. Example, financial planning for any fiscal year or the remaining part of any fiscal year, as there might be shifting resources, anything like that, will not. Hey, deviate from our mission and ends priorities. First and foremost. B, risk fiscal jeopardy. Or C, fail to address multi-year planning needs and considerations. Now, I'm willing to venture, we're not going to do too many. Only a full day, we often explore with more. But I would guess that most of you, if you were to think of what would be a basis upon which you would vote nay to approving a budget, my guess is 98% of the examples that would come to mind would be covered by one of those three bullet points. Right? Okay, but even there, what might risk fiscal jeopardy? That's pretty open to interpretation too. So most boards would take it a step further to say you won't allow budgeting that risks incurring those situations, liquidity situations that are in our financial condition policy. Now, what do we want? The balance sheet to reflect.
Don't let cash on hand drop below 90 days.
Yeah, receivables, things like that. This is probably the most demanding policy in most boards' manuals of don't omit credible projection of res and expenses, separation of capital and ops, cash flow projections, and disclosure of funding assumptions. That's a very demanding short provision. Don't plan to spend, money boards would be, don't plan to spend more than is conservatively projected to be received. Yeah. Again, on boards that, if they're flush with cash or whatever, might just say projected to be received, but this is a little more conservative by itself. Don't omit allocation for board activities and we suggest that the board recognize it's a cost center. What is the board allocating for its work? So as an example, the idea would be, so if you put that all together, and then if for organizations that need to build reserve, more common with non-governmental, is you can even have a provision about what do we need to allocate to build reserve. My guess would be you put that with the first three bullet points. Most of you would say, wow, if I'm on a board and the staff prepared a budget that showed it was consistent with accomplishing our end, the projections were demonstrated, we saw the planning assumptions and can agree that they're credible, and these criteria are met, there'd be no reason to vote no. So it's like by setting the parameters of defining what's foul, we agree on what's fair, it gets you much more efficient. And by the way, what one document takes more time for staff to prepare for budget approval probably than any other one? The budget. So again, know what you're asking. So those are that's just an example of how these policies and they're awkward sounding because it's here's what the ED will not do. Or what we won't accept. But it's so much more to it. And so much more to it. Promise.
Yeah, you get 10 thou shalt nots on 2 tablets, but yeah, if they were thou shalts, they'd take a whole lot more stone, wouldn't it? All right, so this section is going to be about 20 minutes. I'm sensing a little fidgeting in here. Are people okay? Can we knock off another 20 minutes before we break? Okay. So this is we've posed this question: how do we make sure our policies are specific enough? In light of the conversation today, maybe the question is, where do we put the foul lines? All right, so let's talk about where we put the foul lines. So this is a new principle.
Although this also pertains to how the board sets its own work.
That's correct. That's true. It's not just about our delegation to the ED. Okay, so arranging policy by sizes. Address the biggest concerns first. You all know the exercise about putting the rocks in the jar. Right? You got to put the big ones in first, or the little, if you
won't be able to accommodate.
You won't be able to accommodate the big ones if you start with the little stuff. Right. So address the big concerns first. Proceed to the smaller ones till you get to a point, and you've heard this expression, where you will accept any reasonable interpretation. The majority of you will accept any reasonable interpretation. Understanding that when you delegate, part of it is verifying that you got what you asked for. The way you verify that is you say to the delegee, the ED, the committee chair, the board chair, to whom you've given some authority, what do you take this to mean?
Here's a precept that many of you have probably not actually thought of, but hopefully it's another aha. Anytime you ask anybody to do something, they do not act upon your words. They act upon their interpretation of your words. It could be as simple as, Lou, I'm thirsty. Could you get me some more water, please? Are there a variety of legitimate responses Lou could have and fulfill that request? hot water, cold water, iced water, bottled water, fizzy water, scented fizzy water, right?
In a glass,
Huh?
in a glass.
In a glass,
Colored water.
right? Yeah. They'll drink. It's in front of you, Bill. So that's the key thing is this is why where delegation goes awry a lot is because people act, and we see this in performance evaluations, especially in governmental and nonprofit boardrooms. You did what we said, but that's not what we meant. Okay, well, where does the responsibility to say what we mean is important. But if we're going to be precise in our delegation, which is what builds our trust with our ED, it's got to be, how do we get alignment that what they're taking our words to mean is what we were hoping for. And so that's where it sounds clunky, but the idea of sharing interpretations comes up.
So another metaphor, nesting mixing bowls. All right, so if you take that blue bowl to be the largest policy, so we were just talking about nothing illegal, nothing unethical, nothing imprudent. That's your biggest outer bowl. The next bowl, right?
If you said nothing further, the world shakes. There's a lot of latitude.
That's right. So how do we tighten it up a little bit? We said things like, you're not gonna engage in planning that's not as
Conservative breaking.
those kind of things, right? So and so that limited the latitude a little bit. That's in effect pulling in the lines a little bit. And you can go to any level to which you wish to go to limit that latitude. The yellow there is hard to see on the green, but there's yellow, and that would be like the third level of policies that we were looking at. The key point is there's always some green. There's always room for interpretation.
And that's good because you can't predict all the circumstances that are happening. So the board should not say all it can. It should say all it needs to. There's a big difference.
Because you need to allow creativity and nimbleness.
Exactly. And so that's a crucial understanding of, and any given thing, the more specific we are, the less latitude there is. And in some cases, if there's, put it this way, we don't want there to be any gray area about this. This is finitely what would not be acceptable to us. Give them the gift of that clarity. But it's a key principle. And again, it's the same thing when you delegate to your chair of authority. Exactly the same thing. In fact, we have an example that's also coming up very shortly.
Yes, we do.
But the notion of start with the big stuff and then add specificity, it's funny. I mean, I just use the examples all over of, if you go to a New Jersey diner where I was born and you ask for a coffee and the server says, coffee, you mean regular? What do they mean? Cream and sugar. That's a very different interpretation than I would have if somebody asked me for a coffee. Okay. And that would be like if you went to Seattle and said, I want a beer, make it a Miller Lite, they'd probably say, I thought you wanted a beer. I mean, there's different interpretations and different contexts that happen. And so the ability to have a process in which the person you're delegating to, particularly the ED, part of the reporting structure should say, here's what I take what you said to mean. That builds a life.
Okay. We have 10 principles. Here we are on number 9. So we are making progress.
Should we do, since this one's going to take us to committees, should we take a 10-minute break here?
You want to take it now? Sure. Okay. People all right?
10 minutes?
Yeah, minutes.
10 till the hour.
Yeah.
13
12
minutes. Great. Okay, everybody. Then we'll home stretch it from there.
Okay. I know.
Always. Yeah, no, I'm still.
Yeah.
We got.
I'm sorry for 350. It's a pleasure. And I think the conversation. Figure it out.
Yeah.
She raised it. And yeah, so when is third? When it's third.
Two things. One, I don't want to be rude, but I have to.
Okay, very good. Well,
And
what?
two,
Third. Oh.
and two. How do you get to, this might be a.
I was like, either no.
Watch specificity.
Oh, yeah, my watch keeps telling me to stand up every 30
Well, my
minutes.
watch is don't either.
The,
I know. At least I'm getting good comments.
Good, yeah, I read it.
Given
It was really fun.
already you contract.
Like,
Yeah.
well, I know, I think, yeah, as I said, I don't think I've done.
The contract.
No.
Developer.
Yeah.
One signature, hold out. Okay. One signature is devastating.
You know, this week.
And that one sentence also included, yes.
Yeah.
Or
In
any other way.
This is gonna be a real test.
Well, it's not going to be as bad here as it's gonna be in like.
First thing I would.
County.
When the construction. Which I look at.
Older.
It's the last.
That was
The one sentence is awful. Construction contract.
No, I said.
Yeah.
Contract for what kind of scope of.
Okay.
So.
$50 million.
And as a board, you, there's no restrictions on the EDs.
Next year. I was the way I found out. Oh, you knew. Remember last year. The one meeting. And found out the magnitude of what the.
Jefferson,
Streets.
Boulder,
And
Laramie.
I've been.
Laramie, Boulder.
Commercial general contractor.
About power.
We're kind of in the 50+ years. And
Rolling right now, yeah.
so I said, if we're.
Yeah,
Give
slow
me
right
about
now.
the construction
Big
contract,
Creek only has about 50 people without power. So theirs went down.
any other agreement we have, read them all.
Boulder.
And yeah, that was what. Steve was about. I wouldn't have signed that. Changed it.
I know the huge.
Yeah, me too.
May to June, May to June, all the nights, it would like.
Oh, yeah.
You have that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Every time you leave the house.
At the first 2 weeks of June, every year, it's like.
No,
It used to be like.
I mean.
Last summer, a little bit.
Well, that was.
I share what I'm saying.
What's that? It's like what it used to be.
What's the 30? Lottery?
That's
One of those novels were extremely.
Interesting, because I was,
See.
I missed.
none of them were, I don't think.
It
it
was
was
changed. Basically, the guy said.
Also, it's like.
We get a lot of them. If that. We can have them fine.
They had those like-
Yeah.
Negotiate.
Talk about the original French stadium. Yeah, right. It's not just the lack of precipitation, it's the heat. Oh my God.
And I mean, I've got.
That's the other thing. Now we have a bunch of downed trees that are dead and like, you know, fuel. Yeah, and it's just, yeah, it's crazy. It's a real emergence of bad things. Yeah.
They're not.
Right, so they're more prone to falling over. Yeah.
Stuff off there, you know, the stations.
Yeah.
You don't get contact.
Sarah's, yeah.
Here. It's. Yeah. I think it's an anomaly. Will it be a part of a growing trend? Yeah. I keep telling myself this is an anomalous year.
Yeah.
And all the organizations.
Say they predict things that the administration doesn't want.
Everybody's back.
Could be having that. Oh, no. It's depressing.
Trees will grow better, but probably nutrients, phosphates and nitrates, straining there, and then there's wolf.
She just drove up from Denver.
Last night.
Last night, stay tonight, you're gonna have,
We stayed last.
well, the thing is,
Before the wind.
well, yeah, what part of Denver?
He's in part. Sorry, he's in Cherry Creek.
Okay. So, we were just talking about the power outages, so, yeah. Same Boulder, I was just saying,
Boulder, Jeffco, Clear Creek, I'll have rolling outages.
Well, they got super for me.
It was no traffic lights on I-70, so hopefully this doesn't impact.
Yeah.
Not central Denver though.
No, doesn't look like anyway.
No one's waiting at home.
yeah,
We were invited to I think it was a 20th wedding anniversary party in December. And a couple lived in Evergreen, good friends. Their house was all.
Oh,
They were ready to go. 50 people invited or something, and then the running blackouts, and they're like. Shoot, start partying. And that has, we don't have heat, and so they pivoted quickly. They used to live in our neighborhood, and there's a restaurant. And the caterer, she was catering that you can do in the background.
I'd like to try.
So, for us, it actually went down quite nicely. Well, not getting to see their decorated house. We could practically have lost it. But
Colorado.
yeah. World is changing, yeah.
So he's from New Jersey, where are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Cleveland.
Cleveland,
I
right?
live in Cleveland.
Yeah. Which side?
East side. I used to work in, Beechwood.
Okay, yeah, I grew up in Berea. Brown trains, so you'll see that name on the byline.
Went to Ohio University.
Yeah, Athens, yeah.
That's a party school.
You said it, not me.
Everybody knows it. So
It is not to be confused with the Ohio State University.
The other one.
Very good. I think everybody's back. Well, what's wrong? Okay, so ninth principle, we're talking about clarity of delegation. And we've mentioned this several times, but the board clearly delegates to the DD. We've talked a lot about that, but the board does other forms of delegation, and most significantly, it delegates to the chair. Now, the board's relationship with the CEO is critical to success, with the ED. I mean, everyone around this table is aware of that. But it is equally clear and important to look at how it delegates to the chair.
There's a traditional perspective that boards often have that the board works for the chair. We like to convert it to the servant leadership perspective of the chair works for the board.
So this idea that if we have a chief executive or executive officer, in your case, you call that person the executive director. You also have a chief governance officer. That's what the board chair. And what does that look like? At its highest level, at that broadest level, the board chair's job is to ensure the board fulfills its responsibility. What does that mean? That means we're giving the board chair authority. Now, and you have authority statements in the bylaws, but were you to develop policies, they would be more specific in that they would say, we're giving you the authority to make decisions that are consistent with the bylaws and with the board's directives to itself. Remember, those directives are board process directives. What do we expect of ourselves individually and collectively? Code of conduct, all of those things we looked at. And we'll look at before we finish board management delegation policies. How are we delegating to the ED, and what authority, what responsibility, what reporting, how are we going to verify, how are we going to measure, how are we going to evaluate?
There's very common bylaws language we see again, government and nonprofits, so it's been around since I often call that even before we had the internet, there was somehow some blog in which abysmal bylaws language was widely promulgated throughout North America. And it goes something like this, that under powers and duties of the board president or the board chair, shall preside at meetings of the board and have all of the power and authority commonly pertaining to the position. Anybody ever remember seeing something along those lines? It's horrendous, because what does that mean? Will have the power common to the position. Talk about open to interpretation. It can be very dangerous. So we suggest that you specify and say, here's the boundaries of authority within which, for example, our chair will.
And we've included a more complete policy in the packet, but here.
Partly in response to concerns about meeting facilitation and things like that. So this isn't about being an individual. This is about what should we expect of the role.
Right. So a couple of primary points. Right. The chair's job is to ensure the board acts in a manner consistent with its policies and any requirements legitimately imposed outside the organization. Laws. The chair is authorized to make decisions consistent with board process and board management delegation, as we said. Except, and there are things that things we can't delegate. We can't delegate. It needs to be a full.
Every board can delegate. We're just using these again as samples for you to see.
Needs to be a full board decision about employing or terminating the ED, or decisions about which the board has delegated portion of authorities to others. Again. The chair is empowered to preside at board meetings with the commonly accepted powers of that position. Now, that's not all, what was your catch-all language? That's
well, again, some people want to say, specifically with Robert's Rules of Order, latest edition, newly revised, whatever. That's a hard thing to practice, and there's some demands on you, especially as public boards, but we're strong advocates for Bob's rules, not Robert's rules.
There actually is a chapter of Robert's Rules for smaller organizations.
Yes, which suggests Robert's light.
They do. Robert's Rules were designed for large delegations, and they're largely designed to limit discussion, right? You need to have signed up in advance, say, this is what I want to address, and you get 2 minutes. If we're going to encourage open discussion at a board meeting, need to be have a little more latitude than that.
John, hand up.
Do we have any bylaws for us?
You have bylaws.
Who has them? I've been trying to get them for a couple of days and nobody seems to know.
I mean, we can send you a copy, but that would be less appropriate than the.
Just curious.
I think if you just ask Jason, there's to be an instant response. Or don't all of you have the bylaws?
Are you making fun
Huh?
No.
Am I making fun?
They
No,
should
we're
have-
being really
you should
serious.
have got those in your onboarding.
Yeah.
You guys not have like a portal with the library of your documents or
Yes, we do.
or? We probably do.
it's.
Well, no,
But the bylaws are,
the bylaws should have been given to every new board member and they should be on our website.
Absolutely.
But I will say that on our website right now, they are very difficult to find.
Bylaws.
Yes.
Mhm.
Which is not correct.
Okay, all right, agreed. But no, not being flippant at all. The bylaws should be accessible and again, the board duties are to sort of have an understanding and it goes back to orientation. If you weren't given them, at a minimum, you should have been given them, but having a better understanding of what's in them and what are the
I
expectations.
would take it a step further and would suggest to you as individuals that before you apply for a job and accept an appointment, you would want to read and review the bylaws to say, you know, is this a situation I want to be involved in? Because the bylaws aren't, like we talked about, the policies being a playbook, the bylaws is a rule book. So that's that's usually like an imperative first read, if not immediately upon appointment, for a lot of board members, it would be the due diligence you would undertake before you would accept. We would also,
Wouldn't that be offered to
I'm sorry,
wouldn't that be provided and offered to a new member?
as a board, as a board, you should take responsibility and say, what are the steps we are taking for onboarding? And it should include your bylaws, pertinent policies. Certainly the ability.
YVHA financial
Yeah,
statements.
Yeah, your governing documents. Yeah.
To be fair, when I joined last year, I wasn't given any of that at orientation. I had asked for it several months in.
I asked for it several times as well.
Okay, so what, as, you know, and put it this way, administratively, your ED and staff should be supporting this work. But ensuring that it happens, this is where, again, we're suggesting, as you look at the role of the board chair should, in a traditional model, the board chair oversees the staff. Kathy hasn't indicated a proclivity for that, at least from our conversations, but the idea is the chair's focus should be to, okay, how do we as a board be buttoned up, walk the talk? We got new board members. How do we make sure that before they're seated at their first meeting, they're equipped? That's part of ensuring the integrity of the board's work.
Well, I think it's more endemic than that, Kathy. So I guess this is the case we're looking at the goalposts, like you're saying, the end result on this. Because clearly we've given direction, to our ED to do a strong onboarding. So is
Have
this,
you defined what
but I
constitutes
think,
strong
I
onboarding?
think that's exactly it. We haven't really defined it. We haven't defined it. We've left it up. Like to me, it's a no-brainer, the IPA, but that's an area that we've obviously not been clear on.
Yeah, well, if we get another example of policy, we usually suggest that it's, the board and its governing values would have, and it's like 3 bullet points, but new board members, upon being appointed, will be oriented to A, the board's governing documents, B, including the board policies and processes, B, an operational overview of the organization, and C, oriented to the strategic issues that they're going to be engaged with in the next, coming months of board discussion.
I have to vote on and do so in an informed basis.
And if you simply delegate that to the people who work for the board rather than, and in many cases, it's not simply on the chair, but in many cases, there's like a board governance committee. Or it would be an extension of an executive. We're going to talk about executive committee shortly, but again, the board has to take responsibility in its own structure for this with the expectation of administrative support staff. Yeah, it's hard to, you don't want to tell the staff, tell us how to be your boss. Yeah, you should say, how can we help you as your boss? But again, taking self-ownership for the core responsibility as the board. And I guess on that, I am a little surprised that there isn't an agreed, you haven't codified what is every new board member to receive on. Yes.
Yes, we've talked about this as a reminder. So the chair doesn't have authority to make decisions about ends or about management parameters, policy areas that have been delegated to the ED. Also, as the ED is accountable to the board as a whole, right, the board is the ED's boss. The chair does not have authority to direct or supervise the ED. Again, not saying that has happened, but that is something that in many traditional boards is at least the perception, if not,
Often the by-
if not the
say-
reality.
Often the bylaws will say the ED reports to the board chair. Who should the ED report to?
Yeah, and your bylaws do not say that.
Yeah.
I just get.
IGA that the director reports to the entire board.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's how it
It's
should be.
IGA, not the bylaws.
Yes. Further on the.
Further on, right? So, other authority given to the chair to represent the board to outside parties in announcing board stated positions or decisions within the authority given to the chair. So again, this is, we debated this, we voted on this, this is our position. You can delegate this responsibility, but you remain accountable for its use.
Yeah, so the board chair is usually the chief spokesperson on a policy basis.
Except where stated otherwise in bylaws or board policies, the chair may appoint board members or others as appropriate to serve on board committees. We're going to talk about board committees in a minute. I believe your bylaws say the board shall appoint. So I don't know, Kathy, do you make suggestions and the board approves them? Or is it a full board discussion about how to impanel board committees?
Or the teams,
Committees?
the teams.
The teams.
No, that's really up to the individual members who say what committee they would, or team they would like to serve on.
And ultimately.
But who formalizes that? The board plan formalizes it?
No,
That's
it
up to you.
should. Oh, we vote on it in a board meeting.
Okay, so the board so makes it good. Okay,
Yeah.
so that one, this one wouldn't be as applicable.
Sure. So lastly, the chair will lead and participate in the board's assessment of its own performance, right? So we need to evaluate the CEO, but we also need to evaluate ourselves. How are we doing with respect to our expectations of ourselves, both as we've said in our board process policies and as we've said in our delegated to management.
Yeah, so what we're asserting here, especially as a board, starting with your 2025 assessment, you noted deficiencies. You noted areas you want to improve. It doesn't just happen by osmosis. So the idea would be, let's set targets, let's identify specific things that we want to nail down. And while the chair should be the point person to arrange agendas for that, but as a group, we sort of do a QI type of conversation of how are we tracking, what can we do better, etc. And yeah,
So assigning expectations to the CEO, we've covered this pretty fully. Your ED is your chief executive officer, whether you use that title or not. Your ED is sitting in the position effectively as making the decision for the CEO. And in terms of what do you expect? You expect that the CEO will fulfill your operational expectations.
or as I like to say, make all your dreams come true.
Yeah.
That's your hiring slogan. Like, who's going to make our dreams?
There you go. There's the top of your search process. So what does that mean? That means that ends are being achieved and the parameters are being complied with. And that's the authority you give to the CEO to make decisions consistent with those desired outcomes in the foul lines that we've talked about. All right, so top down. So we've talked about the goals. We're looking down on them. Look on the left side. There are the board process policies. There's the board management delegation policies. Inside the purple is where there's room to move, and that's where the CGO can operate, the chief governance officer, the board chair. The right side ends in staff. Staff means that's the authority you've given to the CEO. The blue is where there's latitude to move. Look on this very, very important pictorially on this graph. The CGO and the CEO are on the same level. It is a collegial relationship. It reinforces this idea that the CEO works for the board, not for the board chair. And that it's important for that relationship to be collegial, not hierarchical.
What we're saying here, and it goes back to, again, the assertion of Jim. Well, the ED has too much autonomy, or the concern that the executive team or executive committee has exercised too much authority, whatever. The idea here is to recognize that, and there's the old, there's sometimes the old saying, the buck stops here that boards use. We would suggest that's backwards. The buck doesn't stop here. The buck starts here. Again, nobody has authority unless we let them have it. And sometimes we've let them have it unofficially, and some people might say, and people could get concerned whether it's legitimate. So the idea is, how do we specifically define authority? It is doable. to say that all decisions at the outer level belong with the board. And then again, when it relates to governance, we make the decisions. The CGO has latitude. The purple zone is where the CGO, for example, formulates agendas, does work, follows up with the teams to make sure things are ready for the board meetings, et cetera, represents the board. If the CGO sees, or the chair sees, here's something that I think we need to do that's not consistent with the policies, then she brings it to the board. Flip side, the ED or CEO has no authority unless the board gives it to them. It starts broadly, the board gets more specific on, and the world isn't perfect concentric circles. I think, in fact, your handouts, I think it's page 21, shows how different policies get more specific than others. There's a graphic there that illustrates. It's a big pie chart, yeah. But again, those are just examples of policy topics, but that the delegation authority of the CEO is to act within the parameters. Okay, and if the CEO, if we have a parameter that says you will not enter into a development contract above X dollar value without either, well, you could say that, above X value must be approved specifically by the board. I would start with, again, we're not attorneys. Many of us have good development expertise, but you would probably want to say without having been reviewed by board assigned counsel. Okay, that's a pretty easy one to protect those interests. But the beauty for the ED is that whole issue of, do I know, and this is by applying these concepts and the types of policies we're talking, and I walk into, actually, I'm with a client in Georgia 2 weeks from today that we've worked with them for over 20 years. They started at about a $20 million volunteer health agency. They're about $250 million right now. And new board members will say to the CEO, like, do you have, like, how do you deal with the gray area of whether or not to bring something to a board for decision? And clients, I can tell you, this is the assured outcome of using these concepts. They said, I don't have that gray anymore. I either know it's within my authority, and if it's a material thing, that I'm to inform them of material developments, FYI, or if it's outside that blue zone, I know I have to put it on the board's agenda. It's their call. Assure you, it's not just a hypothetical exercise. So the idea is you can move from things being kind of nebulous to absolutely defined as to where the decision-making authority is. Cool.
I think a board chair and the CEO should have more frequent interaction than the board and the CEO.
Yes.
Specifically around one-on-ones on a frequent basis and other things.
I think to just talk about alignment, the awareness of, particularly because the CEO is going to feed things that they want to have on the board agenda. But again, it's a non-hierarchical interaction.
Oh, yeah. I think it should happen more.
I don't know what more often constitutes. I don't know the frequency that it happens.
Board.
Oh, absolutely. That there's, yeah, that the board chair is sort of the liaison for the discussions. But again, that is not authoritative. Yeah, absolutely. That, it's like in the old combustion engines, if it was a 2-cylinder engine, the 2 pistons that drive each side respectively, and you want to make sure they're in sync.
And I think it's the point of your dots down the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the dotted line. It's not a barrier.
I have a question, and I don't know if this is the right time, so tell me if I'm jumping ahead after I ask this question. But when I saw the results of the survey, and I went over them, there was a lot of comments brought up about the executive committee and things being done in a silo. And so I went to look up I just dug in again to the IGA and the bylaws. And actually neither one of them mentioned an executive committee or
We're going to come to a specific citation about committees that we're concerned with.
Okay, but
very shortly.
Okay, but just to clarify, the bylaws for the Housing Authority and the IGA do not mention an executive committee. They don't mention who should be on it, having one, what their role is at all.
I think the only place we see it is in your team structure.
Right, it's in our team structure, but it's actually not in the IGA or the bylaws, and I quadruple checked.
Yeah,
I read it with a fine tooth That's not words.
The only committee that's set up is the appointments.
Right, right. It's just appointments committees. And so we've been operating with an executive committee that has not been actually formally established or approved by and I don't know how long this has been going on, or if there was maybe a resolution that was approved before I got on the board.
Put it this way, the question is, has this committee historically made decisions on the board's behalf?
Yes.
That's,
But
that's.
not, but that, I don't think they've been directed to, I think. I mean, unless.
If they've assumed that authority, then you have, this is the kind of thing you need to have clear boundaries.
Right, and so I don't know if anyone even knows that here, if the executive committee knows that, but there's no formal creation of an executive committee anywhere in our structure, our bylaws or our IGA.
There are several committees that are not mentioned. As a matter of fact.
There are none, specifically other than the
And
appointment.
I believe the finance committee is.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Well, it does delegate the board to create.
Yeah, that is true.
And so that's what that's falling.
My question is like, when were these standing committees created and what are their, you know what I mean, like constraints? There's no vote. Right, like
There are no charters, so.
there's no charter.
You shouldn't have charters.
Because like, right now it says that like every board member shall serve on one committee, right? Well, can we serve on an executive committee if we wanted to? Like, I don't know, right? We've been, so I just think that that's a good conversation for us to fall back on. It's like,
I think it's a really good conversation. I mean, my own personal experience, I knew what the executive committee did when I was told by Leah that it consists of the president, the past president, and the vice president. And it was some sort of hierarchical transfer of knowledge.
That's who it consists of, but what does it do?
right.
Well, no, that's the point of conversation
Yeah.
that we need to have.
Should it be authorized? Yeah. And
Right, what does
here's
it
the
do, what does
interesting
it
thing.
not do? And
The executive committees historically, think about it, were formulated to be the subgroup that could act when the board is not in session. Okay, and this was before we had this thing called the internet. Okay, you think about it, the reason the World Trade Center was originally built in New York City was because you had to have a place where people conducting international trade could converge and meet. Okay, after it moved down, the original architect said there's no need for it in today's day and age. Okay, the executive committees are in a way like that, but the point being, I think what's been inherited is a practice that a lot of groups have with what's called an executive committee, which is, and again, sometimes we see it in bylaws of shall have the authority to act on the boards of on behalf of the board between meetings. Yes, that is not codified here. B, on a small board, why would you even give up that authority? We don't think it's not a sound practice, especially because if something comes up that if we've defined what is a board prerogative and what must be decided by the board, again, if you know, in most cases, you can call, what is the ability to call a special meeting on how much notice? Legally?
it's if two or more board members request a special meeting, then one has to be scheduled, and I think it's in here
I
somewhere.
believe it was 48 hours.
48 hours.
24 hours.
24 hours. Okay, so again, you have
State statute.
the ability to do it. What we found is many boards that we find a much better process of converting the executive committee to a governance committee, i.e. take out the authority to act for the board, but help the board structure its work.
I think one of the issues is with this, to your point around executive committee that I've seen is the fact that executive committees, which were created to be in place when you didn't have a board meeting that you needed to meet.
Right.
Has now taken on so much of a role that their influence is such that it makes the board meetings less than effective anymore.
When you have a subgroup of the board, and it's funny, when there's active executive committees, especially with larger boards, then there's often a thing of, you know, why aren't more board members engaged? Well, if you have a subgroup that's deciding what's going to be on the board's agenda, which means they're inherently deciding what's not going to be, and they're also deciding how should the board vote on these things. A non-participating, a board member, an at-large board member that thinks they're equally engaged is actually delusional, you know?
Well, and they may be doing the ED's performance review and everything else.
So if you as a board explicitly delegate that authority, that's your choice. But we would suggest that if the ED is accountable to the whole board should be participating in the evaluation.
Right, and I don't mean to get into the weeds. I just thought that that was like, when I
This is
read,
an inherent core to.
when I read the results of the survey, I was like, oh, well, let's look at the actual, what it says. And then I was just a little surprised that I couldn't find anything like standardized. And so I just wanted to open that door for, as we
One of
move
our
on
outstanding observations.
conversation, that potentially we do evaluate who does serve on that committee, what is its role, what powers does it have it, does it not have? Or do we need it? Yes, 100%. Like, do we need it or do we feel like it is outdated? So, I just, it's not specifically said in our laws that we do need one.
So let's move towards the committee discussion. And just as a segueing into that is thinking about, okay, because committees, the way we're structured, we have a tremendous amount of committees that interact with staff. The teams.
We call them teams.
What you call them teams, right? Okay. It sounds like you don't have actual board committees. Okay, we'll talk about some of the distinctions, but to start with, the idea is in terms of the element of the board management connection is the agreement that the board has one employee. That all instructions to staff go through the ED, and these are the topics that are typically addressed is that we act with one voice and delegating. What's the ED accountable for? How do we delegate? How do we monitor performance? And you answered this question already. Who's the ED's boss? The board. Okay. And unfortunately, many boards convolute the structure with obstacles to one voice leadership about this. And again, without clear structure, it can easily be the board chair. We use the example of when bylaws say the ED will report to the board or report to the chair, or that the chair has authority over operations. A treasurer. Classic bylaws language. Again, we want this learning to apply other than here. That the treasurer shall have care, charge, custody, and control of the accounts, books, receipts, disbursed. We see this prevalently. Okay. Well, if there's financial mismanagement and things go askew, and the bylaws say that, it's pretty hard to hold the ED accountable for that, isn't it? You delegate one job to two people. Or committees. We're exploring that. And there are other risks to one voice is the renegade director. One who between meetings goes into the office and says, here's what I need you to do or expect you to do. So thinking about the relationship of board staff, the board can and should delegate to subparts. And so from time to time, when the board does delegate specific roles to officers, can and should to committees and to board members. Therefore, if you're in one of these roles, from where do you derive your authority? And therefore, to whom are you accountable? The board. We're a very board-centric organization, yes. Now, what happens if any of these groups start giving directions to the ED or CEO? Who are they accountable to now?
Shouldn't be.
Hmm?
They shouldn't be accountable to CD. It should be,
That's right.
They shouldn't be what?
should be accountable to the CD,
To the board of directors.
board of directors.
That's right. Okay. But understand, this is a break in chain of command. Remember earlier I asked what's the maximum number of bosses you can have and still be held fairly accountable? Well, now we've clearly got multiple bosses if we're the ED. Now, we're not saying there should not be conversation and communications between the two, but that directional arrow is dangerous for accountability. And it gets even more dangerous. What if these parties are giving directions to people who work for the ED? Well, I'm the ED. Angelica, I asked you to do this. And you say, but the team told me to do it this way. Can I really review her performance effectively? Okay. Now, it's all meant very well. Obviously, how we got here into this construct was very much meant, with benevolent intent. But the traditional view is that all committees are board centric. The board appoints them. We've included some of your type of things here, but we're asking it's sort of generic. Obviously, in government, audits set up for you, so there's not like the audit committee. But executive committees, development, policy committees, budget, finance, different ones. Some boards, you know, in your case, nominating would be the appointments committee. Executive compensation is often not that the committee decides it, but the committee vets it out. What would be recommendations to help the board make informed exec comp decisions, things like that. But what are the implications of this? Well, who's accountable? Okay, and what we suggest as a way of strengthening your structure is that when the board appoints committees, it should be for one purpose: help you do your job better. Okay. And it would mean, okay, we want to flesh something out. We need advice or recommendations for the board to act on. That's great. There might be decisions that we give the committee agency for. We as a board are still accountable. So the point being, and this is one of those key things, if you choose to give agency to an executive committee to act on your behalf, you as a board are still accountable for those decisions. Okay, it's not, yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Even if the bylaws speak to it, the bylaws will say that, you know, the board delegates to an executive committee, then, you know, but functionally it becomes there's the board, the executive committee, the rest of the board, and then the staff. Okay, but it ends up feeling like the executive committee has usurped. Okay, that's
Board
that's
is board.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I think that's probably what a lot of the comments were addressing as I read them, like I said, we don't need to get into the weeds, but it felt like as I was seeing those words, like decisions are siloed, like things are set, and it's probably that pinch point that we can improve on.
The ease now, then we're going to share how to improve on. And here's a key thing that we're cognizant of that is one of the greatest assets this board has, is that many of you have extensive subject matter expertise relevant to the work of the agency. Okay.
And I think good intentions.
Well, and
Like I
we'll
just,
presume that to be.
yeah,
We'll
the same good intentions.
presume that to be all of it.
Like, I think everyone in this room deeply cares about our vision and mission.
Yeah.
And like, that needs to be stated more often, or just like recognized, yeah.
Yeah, and okay, so we're not presuming that there's a lack of that.
Right.
But clearly a distinctive feature you have that not a lot of boards have is the subject matter expertise. And I think in a way, the team structure was designed to, how do we put that to work? Okay, how do we engage, exploit the talents that many of you have as volunteer board members? Okay, I say that in a
And correct me if I'm
positive.
wrong, but this board used to be more of a working board in the past, like before we staffed up and had more, employees working for YVHA, like this board did start off originally as a working board many, many years ago.
And as you stepped up, you still have a very working board type structure.
Correct.
Okay, so, but what's not appropriate for committees the board assigns is for them to direct activities for which the ED is held accountable. Okay, yeah, sometimes we even see that the executive, that the ED is, the executive committee is charged with advising the CEO on operational matters. Let's be real. If your boss tells you, here's who you have to take advice from, is it advice? It's not. Advice, by definition, is counsel that one can accept, heed or not heed, without fear of repercussion. Okay, so if you want to create a structure for your next DD to be very, very successful, it's about defining the limits on their authority, but also empowering them within those limits. And not having a committee structure that impedes with it. So the solution is to break the committees into two formats, not have all of your committees appointed by the board. Have the board appoint committees to help the board do its work, and then empower the ED to have teams, task forces, whatever, that may include interested and qualified board members who are willing to help out by providing their expertise. And this is the key delineating point. If the team is involved in something that if it goes poorly, will reflect poorly on the ED's job evaluation. It should not be a board committee. Yeah, if the board wants to say, we will have a committee that will tell staff exactly how to do these things, then you need to say staff will not be responsible for those outcomes. We will be. Staff will just be responsible to administrate. And the way you've grown and with the world you're in right now, that's not going to serve you well.
No, well, this is one of the topics I we wanted to talk about staff organization as well. Because the working teams that exist, I think do mostly exist because of expertise.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we're saying is we want to harness that.
And the ED is a conduit for
A what?
getting conduit for getting
What is a conduit?
the ED, the executive director.
Okay. Right.
Okay, that the executive director, I think, goes to all of the team meetings.
Yes. Yes, we've heard.
And then goes back and goes to another team meeting. And now all of the information from all of these teams is in one or two people.
Say what?
It's in one or two people. The information that's been gathered, all the advice, all of the advice that requires you now to do something. Now, I think it's an
Does advice require you to do something? The way you just said that. I want to note that.
No,
Advice that
it is-
requires you to do something ain't advice.
It's the reason the ED comes in is to get advice that they could not possibly figure out on their own.
And as you do your search, you want, one of the attributes you want is to find somebody who realizes if I'm going to be successful, I'm going to be counting on wisdom of many other people.
Okay.
And I will engage the wisdom of other people. If you hire somebody and you say, in what circumstances do you think you can need advice from other people? And they proclaim to be, no, I'm pretty capable of going without that. Stop the interview. Yeah. Okay. So again, that should be an expectation that you have an ED that's going to be siphoning advice from capable resources that we would hope would not be limited to just board.
Key distinction being the ED is seeking the advice.
So if we set up a structure here that's separate from the board committees, we encourage that the ED recruit and utilize teams or whatever they may be, whatever the name for them is, for advice and or assistance. It helps them achieve your expectations without the confused authority. And if you as a board member offer up and are serving in that, it's about making sure that when I'm in that role, I'm not carrying the authority of a board member. I'm carrying the authority of my years of wisdom and experience from being in the field and profession and offering that.
So right now, does every team report into the board?
Yeah.
I think it does, yes. But I mean, I'd like to see the communication pathway, because I think it's,
But I also
conflict.
think what you're saying is like, we do not, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to process this, is that we don't need working teams that are staff and board members, that is a poor practice, that
We as a board don't need to be appointing these.
right, we as a board don't,
Our
if our
staff may need a bunch of these.
if our executive director and staff say, hey, we would like to get a group together to focus on development, and we think you guys are the experts, can we put this together? Right now, it's the other way. Right now, it's the board saying, here are the teams that we think we need, and you have to participate in them, and you have to like take our advice. So
Not only that, the ED is handcuffed in this.
Got it.
Correct.
Yeah.
I actually think that the real estate team might be a one shining model in this. If you're-
I was gonna say the policy team.
Volunteers are renewed.
It was a recognized lack of expertise in the housing authority that the staff voiced,
Yeah.
that no one had real estate expertise, and so we needed to stand up a team
Yeah,
to do the real estate activities that were needed for the Cottonwoods.
I think that's a great example.
From what we know, if you convert the structure, many of the teams may remain in place. It would simply be, we would shift the delegation to them from the board to being recruited and being think tanks and wisdom sources to the staff.
I mean, my team is, I'm the only board member on it, so they'd probably be fine without me.
But who else is on it?
It's all staff and previous board members that are on as.
Yeah, and another implication that may be evident, but that we were told is for some of Jason's team, there's sometimes a sense of we can't really act unless the team directs us in a way.
I can't, I don't know if it's true or not.
There's a set, there's an
I've heard
undercurrent.
that it is.
Yeah. And again, if they have that sense,
If they have.
again, it means our aim is to advise and help. But it's tough for those on the receiving end to decipher, is this advice or directive?
I have heard that from staff.
I like to.
Yeah.
Okay, so as we look at it, just we want to highlight, and then we can open up about the teams a little more, is that you've got a bylaws provision that each committee may have and, well, may execute the authority, all of the authority of the board. That got my blood curdling.
I heard this as well, and I was gonna ask you this question. I think that's illegal.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Appreciate your insight.
In large part because
Blue on that.
so many of your committees are populated with non-board members. So
Right,
you are
and I-
actually giving board responsibility.
Because
Let
I'm
alone open
going
meeting.
through another IGA and bylaw process
Thank you.
right now.
Highlight, thank you.
I'm going through like a different establishment of a new IGA and bylaws unrelated to this right now, and so that's where I thought that.
Even in a non-governmental board without open meetings requirement, this would be an awful practice. Yeah.
So to be clear, the bylaws don't establish committees, but it also has this provision in there.
The bylaws don't establish specific committees, it just says if you have
But-
committees.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so, and basically there are under law, non-delegable core powers. Okay, and basically the idea that committees established by the board may study or recommend, but may not exercise power. So big contradiction from that one statement.
Well, I think also even it's a definition of what the groups do, because like our policy team really is legislative policy. I mean, even when policy like governance has been brought up, that's been an executive committee decision, not legislative policy. And also sort of interesting, when Jason and I set up the legislative policy years ago, I know my goal, personal goal was to get the housing authority to a point where the housing authority was a very well-respected entity in its advising policy, and that someday I would not be needed. So that was sort of my long-term
Good
goal.
legacy goal.
Yeah, that,
Develop staff, but
well, yeah, because as I said, I mean, that's something I obviously have a passion in and some experience. So I think that's, and I will say in our policy, I'm trying to think if I ever advised, usually it's like this.
No, I think the like mobile home protection act that I brought up at the beginning is a very good example where staff came to us and said, we need to fix this, like we need a legislative change on this. What can you do about that? And then, we took that to Senator Roberts and Lukens, and that's how that came about, right? With staff saying, we need a legislative change on this. We need a legislative change on Prop 123. And then we took what staff wanted and said, how can we push that to the state legislature?
And then also what we do, just because the staff is very busy, is like we follow through our connections and, the housing policy, and then go to staff or the board committees and say, is this something we need to look at type of deal? So, but as I said, I mean, the long-term goal would be that we would have staff could do that, and we would just be assisting when necessary.
I would suggest your long-term goal would be your staff would increase their capabilities, including building relationships with folks that can help them make really sound choices. And to the extent, here's the interesting thing, whether when you're a politically appointed board, whether there can be assurance that there might be as much subject matter expertise as there is in the future may not be there. So that's another reason we think it's important to create a structure that enables staff to tap resources, board and non-board, to help them do the work. So based on having shared these premises, what's your take on how the authority and effectiveness of the team structure can be improved?
I think we need to have, like you said, more information, because I think what happens is sometimes the board doesn't have the overall discussion of high level situations within the certain committees. And there's some examples, and I'm not criticizing anyone, but like even when the cottonwood was being developed, the development team did a great job, but we didn't really have a board discussion about the overall pro forma, where the needs were being met, until it was really too far, pretty baked in. And I think also, we left the property management team kind of hung out to dry when they were trying to work on the OPG situation. And that might have been the case that if we had the full board involved, we could have said, okay, let's elevate it. So we waited till city council came in and helped us, and we really appreciate it. But if we had the full board involved, we might have recognized that we as the board need to step up and reach out to get people to help us. I mean, we did that with the post office. I mean, when, there was actually at that time, we went to every legislature, Bennett, Hick, Dylan, Megan, everybody got it done. So I just think too often they're siloed and we don't have information flowing up. We also don't have the support.
But coming from each of them to bring all the activities to each to the full board isn't necessarily what we'd say, but the idea of the reality is when you divvy the work up as you have, silos are not an unnatural byproduct. But the ability of, if we have an ends focus,
Yes.
then what is it going to take to have the accomplishment of each end, setting KPIs for that, and then building our agendas around. And last principle that we'll get to, we have 3 things that we'll cover in this last nearly an hour, just to highlight for you. One of which is the last principle, which is how do we monitor and evaluate the ED. Then, per Kathy's request, a few thoughts on search considerations, and then open Q&A. But to flow into, and I just lost my train of thought of if we're on this continuity of focusing on the ends and how do we do things, then structuring, we talked about the board having a work plan. And so identifying both with communications and a structure to the ED of what's the materiality of issues that we want brought forth to the forefront of the board's attention. And here's an interesting thing too. Anything that ever comes to the board for attention, and some boards actually even put this in policy, let's flag it on the agenda or the packet. Everything that comes to your attention is either A, an action item, like decision preparation, background information for decision you got to make, or B would be for monitoring performance. In other words, part of, are we getting what we asked for from staff and help us judge that, which we suggest not be isolated to a once a year thing, but that different aspects of performance be monitored as the year goes by. And if it's not for decision preparation and for judgment of performance, it's FYI. And frankly, and we haven't been through your board packets in depth, but I'm sure as you prepare for a board meeting, if you could highlight what are the things I need to read for this meeting versus what are the things that will be helpful to me as a board member, but many board members also find that builds productivity and efficiency. But I think that some of this restructuring, rather than having then each of the teams, even if they're working with staff, decide this will go to the board, you're going to have a more understandable current of what information are we expecting, what is the CEO's obligation of informing us, and again, the ability for the board to say, all right, we'd like some background on X process and the progress it's making. That makes sense? Because it sounds like things are more.
That's currently in place as things are on the agenda. There's a memo in there that literally has a checkbox that says for decision, for vote, for information only.
Right.
And there's sections of background information.
So it's easy for you to decipher the background information.
So
I'm sorry.
it's on, I mean, it's in a memo form on agenda items like that, but could it be highlighted more on the agenda maybe?
I also think because of the structure, because the executive director goes back and forth between the teams.
Yeah.
When the executive director provides an update, that is executive director's distillation of what is happening on the team.
Are you saying the update to the board or the update?
Yeah,
to the team?
updates to the board.
Yeah.
And actually, he sends them out to the city council and county commission as well.
Mhm.
So that, I mean, that's where that takes place, I believe.
I guess my question, or go ahead if you want.
Well, I was gonna say, this is a segue into the last point we're gonna talk about, because we're gonna talk about CEO evaluation. And we're gonna talk about the kind of data that we're gonna want to see that will show, are we accomplishing these ends that we've set out? Are we staying within the foul lines that we've set?
I guess before we move on in this discussion or this, I would love, and if you don't want to, I understand, but I would maybe love to hear from some of the newer board members who haven't spoken up, like what they've observed so far, what if they have anything, and maybe like Shannon or Scott. Please feel free to say, I don't have anything to add right now, but I would just love to hear.
That's quickly, let's roll through. Let's ask the new board members for their insights.
A couple of things I'd like to see, be more comfortable with is I'd like to see, for the agenda is set and everything, I'd like to see that all board members have a chance to have input into the agenda and have comments, so we devise the kind of agenda we want to talk about. Secondly, I think I've been on a lot of boards, and I think we need a more robust executive committee. And some of the old ways we used to have it is you have a board, but you have a person with finances, treasurer, vice president, publicity, whatever, and they were part of the executive committee, and they would get information from everybody else and be on that executive committee and make decisions. In this case, you could have people want to volunteer to be on the executive committee, or you could have one person from each of the 4 teams possibly on the executive committee to make informed decisions about what's going on with everybody else. Just some suggestions, but those are the 2 things I'd like to see.
Our core question to that would be, what decisions would you want a subgroup to make? And based on your open meeting laws, it can't be more than 2 board members.
Right, and do we need one?
Yeah.
So you can't have, I understand that, so it's gotta be just 2 people making those decisions and.
Well, then again,
Or
we're.
it's a public meeting.
It can be a public meeting.
It becomes a mini board meeting.
You know, if you have decisions that you're not delegating to staff. Yeah, here's the thing, let's say it's a committee of 5 people. A quorum would be 3. 2 people could be making the decisions for the board. What's the basis upon which, where's the perceived need? And I realize that without having achieved the clarity of delegation that we're talking about, it would seem like a lot of things are going to come up between meetings. But with monthly meetings, our experience is there wouldn't be that many, if any.
Can we hear from the rest of
Yeah.
it before we dive too deep into the rest of the new board members?
Impression.
I don't know, I guess I have a little more clarity or just like even establish like process and procedures on like how we move through like major decisions. Like even with Jason, I was like, I don't know how to assess this and like what a proper procedure is to assess someone's performance and like his performance in particular. Cause I don't know.
That's our next topic.
What's that?
That'll be right next.
Perfect. But yeah. Yeah, it was wild. That's like, I don't know, but yeah, I would love to see that. I think that would be really beneficial for myself and also moving forward.
Maybe obviously it's an interesting time to join the board, the past several months. To me, there's definitely, I think structure is important. I think this is really helpful. I think that for the housing authority to move forward in a positive way in this community, we need to reassess what we do, as well as reorganize a little bit. But one thing that hasn't been brought up in this that I do think should be addressed from structure, the board meetings that I've been to, which I guess is all of the public board meetings, feels an awful lot like our attorney runs the Yampa Valley Housing Authority.
That's not normal.
And that hasn't been addressed today, but I think from a
First
point,
why did that thing come up?
that's gonna be some feedback that coming in from the outside. And I have just watched pretty much everything be run, presumably by our attorney.
Yeah, and I mean, for my thoughts, I agree with everything that those 3 said. You know, I think that, but just to add on to it, I think that now is a really ideal time, you know, especially with Jason, with that being a transition. I think now is the time to really examine how the bylaws work, how the board works in general. And if we're going to make some changes, I think we need to be decisive and turn over a new leaf with new intent and new structure and hopefully renewed public trust that will hopefully spring from that. So, yeah.
Matt, do you have anything?
We'll follow up on John's comment about the executive committee. When I first joined the executive committee, what I was told was that at one time, all of the teams were on the executive. And that turned into a mini board meeting.
Yeah, but it's, mhm.
And so
It's like 6
that mini board was meeting every other week. And I don't know if it was too much. I don't know if that reduces the impact of the entire board. I'm not sure, but that's why it was discontinued. And Cole, you might have a better knowledge of what took place.
Yeah, I mean, those exec meetings were, if it was all attended, it was a quorum of the board.
Right.
And that was problematic, but it was also trying to meet where the housing authority was at the time with having to be a little bit more nimble in making decisions, specifically with the last couple projects we completed, including Alvin. So, yeah, I think that the struggle has always been, I'd love to hear insight from you two on your experience with these kind of boards, as the board grew, how we navigated the sunshine laws, how we navigated trying to keep everybody informed, but not have 6-hour meetings or 3-hour meetings or and so on and so forth, and still have some semblance of authority within the subgroup blatantly. Maybe not all authority, that's the bylaws are saying, but authority to do that. And you know, I think we did a better job at the board delegating that responsibility kind of more clearly. And you know, it's I think over time, it's just kind of gotten that. But how does a group this big be nimble for what it needs to be without calling, you know, a full board meeting every other week? That was the auspice for the executive.
By really being clear on what the new executive is empowered to do and expecting their reporting to help coalesce the functional departmental type of activities of the organization to keep you aware of major issues, and then to be able to present to you, here's the decisions that need to be made that are not within my parameters, that are therefore board decisions. And so, again, helping the board fulfill its obligation of informed decision-making. Yeah, and this is the thing of, you know, the organization has grown, the board, there's a couple of comments we saw that some people think the board ought to be downsized, and it's a little bigger than we might think optimal, but it's not out of the range of effective boards. So once you get into the mid-teens or upper teens, that starts qualifying as a large board. But again, if you have, you know, the teams thing has been, how do we tap this experience? How do we make it available to staff? Again, all the benevolent intent, but the inadvertent consequence of it's factionalized the board. Because it's created these areas of not that people have tried to silo themselves, but functionally you can't keep up with what's happening in 9 other meetings.
And then so that, I'd say that's as good of a characterization I've ever heard it put. So you have that added with the layer of the challenge of the housing crisis and the speed at which the opportunities are coming towards us. And time is money in this market, and all of the dynamics that exist, and like, it's just a tornado.
Yeah.
And I think that we've been inside of the tornado, just trying to like do business, and you know, like, but now it's becoming, it's apparent that we cannot continue to be effective if we don't restructure.
Which again, this is going to inform a lot. We'll have a quick conversation about monitoring, because then I think it's really going to inform And we're not search consultants, but we've advised many boards through their search processes, often using search consultants. And this is really not talking about who's going to fulfill the job description as we have it, but what's the profile of who's going to be the effective organizational operational leader that's going to help us grow through the next cycle of challenges, environmental challenges, real estate dynamics, who's had the wisdom that's been through these things. Yeah, it's going to mean, and who's capable of being a well-empowered but respectful of roles leader, that can not only, that can catalyze the board's conversations about what's needed and help inform the board on the choices it needs to make.
Yeah.
Without it being dominating the board.
And to believe passionately in the mission and be real that we do it.
Well, that's again, I would take that as like a
Given.
built-in. A built-in. If you're doing this,
It's interesting because I respect what you're saying, but just based on the dynamics of developing housing in a rural resort community, I think we need to make very sure that someone feels.
yes, absolutely. So what, a traditional, a more accountable view of governance is the types of committees that boards would establish and would work for the board. And this is one, and if I remember, I think was it you and Ellen who worked for the Chamber of Community Engagement?
I did.
Yeah, but the idea of having not just the staff, but having a board subgroup that really helps maybe work on community engagement and board community relations, that would be something we would advise. Because again, your ED doesn't work for the community, you do. And helping build that trust. And again, you have a window of opportunity that many of us acknowledge with the upcoming transition. But things like, we would advise changing, if you're going to have a subgroup, sort of instead of an executive committee that's empowered to make decisions for the board, we would suggest a governance committee that's often like that's responsible for help, advice to the chair on agenda development, point of contact responsibility for onboarding for new board members, equipping the board to make good decisions, helping select, what are board training opportunities that we might send board members to, or consultants that we might hire if we ever want to have one after today.
Or maybe even reviewing bylaws, which
also
you're required to do every 2 years.
Policy and, doing the bylaws and policy reviews. Last of the sort of functioning principles is, when it comes to monitoring performance, again, don't overcomplicate it, make it pretty simple. We're going to be rigorous, but we're going to be fair. We're going to hold the ED accountable for what we've stated. What might that look like? Edwards Deming, who some of you might be familiar with, if you're an engineer, probably, right? Okay, the guy who's responsible for total quality management and the father of systems thinking. Okay, he said, you can expect what you inspect. He also said, in God we trust, everybody else must bring data. And the idea here being is that your performance should not be intuitive. It should be objective and based on criteria. And so an example of the delegation policy would be along the lines of the board instructs the ED through policies that prescribe the ends that are to be accomplished or achieved, and proscribes the situations and actions to be avoided, allowing the CEO to use any reasonable interpretation of those policies. And then, is it a reasonable interpretation? As we said, we're going to suggest a reporting structure in which the CEO says, here's your policy, here's what I interpret it to mean, and here's how we're delivering on it. And if the CEO, we suggest it would be part of the board's oversight to judge these, what we call monitoring reports, okay, and say, okay, are their interpretations reasonable? Now, is something reasonable is a yes/no question. And in most of our lives, yes/no questions have how many possible responses? We're actually saying there's legitimately 3 in this case. One of which is the interpretation is reasonable and we're pleased. Okay. We're on the same wavelength. Gives you confidence. We don't have to spend more time on that delegation. We've handed it off. There's an understanding of what we want. They're acting on it. Or it might be, well, that's reasonable, but we wish it was different. That should not result in a poor pejorative judgment on the ED because they acted on our words, not what they acted on what we said, not what we intended for them to decipher from what we said. But now we know, okay, that's something. Remember when Tom shared the bowls thing of start specifically, add more specificity to the point where the board would accept any reasonable interpretation. Okay, so if you're broad about something, he comes up with something, and all we can understand why you came up with that, but that's not what we want. Now it's our job to be more specific. The other scenario is possible is that's just not reasonable. What were you smoking when you wrote that? You know, okay, and that's when the board should say, wait a second, you're off track. Okay, we're not in alignment. And our experience is if scenario 3 happens on anything more than an exceedingly rare basis, it's sort of an insight that maybe this person doesn't have a thinking process that's going to work for them. Okay, but scenarios 1 and 2 are much more common. An example of what we're talking about is, and since succession's happening here, but we suggest there's a policy on emergency executive succession. So an example would be that the CEO won't operate without ensuring that at least one member of management is sufficiently familiar with board and CEO issues and processes to take over with reasonable proficiency as an interim successor. So it's not an heir apparent clause, it's a Mack truck clause. Interpretation would be the CEO might come back with something like that. This means that one senior manager must be capable of filling in as may be designated by the board. That's to guide and lead the operating organization and communicate support the board, including to fulfill board expectations. And the report in this case was CEO's teeing up that we have 2 people both capable of filling in. They both got extensive opportunity. You know, it's a paragraph of a little background on here's how these 3 people work together. I think, you know, I'm teeing it up. It's your choice as to who you'd appoint, but I'm reporting compliance with my job to ensure that somebody's capable. And everybody, you know, like we said, anything that you delegate is open to interpretation. Interpretations are usually a sentence or 2. But the idea of how do you know somebody's on the right wavelength? So again, if I said, Lou, could you get me a water? And he said, is a bottle of water work? Thanks, we're in alignment. There's no missing. And we suggest there's 3 ways of, when you comes to the overall judgment of performance, the reports we just discussed would be the most common. They're not expensive. They take a little bit of time for the CEO to produce, but the CEOs usually find that, well, wait, once I started doing these, micromanagement goes away because we fill the board in on how stuff operates and we've given them confidence. You can also have a third party assess compliance. Financial audit is one that would assess compliance with your financial expectations and policies. But when organizations get into trouble, there's everything from if it's risk management things, you got to be risk management audits. If you had litigation from former employees, there can be an HR audit, different elements like that. Those are more expensive and probably less, not as needed other than financial on a regular basis. Or the board can do a direct inspection where let's assign a couple board members to do a deeper dive. Refer to that sort of as doing, if the internal reports are like when you drive, they're the information that comes forth on a dashboard on a regular basis. The direct inspection that's the equivalent of opening and doing a dipstick check, which you shouldn't do while you're driving. Okay, that's intrusive, takes a little time. But if it's what's required to make sure that if you got a combustion engine, that the oil is sufficient and it's not that the light is out there, gives you some help. And ultimately, we're suggesting performance evaluation ED comes down to 2 primary questions. Are we getting the results that we want? And are we avoiding the scenarios that we said are to be avoided? And to get there, your monitoring decisions, if you get the reports, really address 2 questions. Are the ED's interpretations of our expectations reasonable? And have they provided data that gives us reasonable substantiation that those expectations are being met?
Over the course of a year, if you adopt this kind of format, the ED is going to report on all of the policies. You will be fully informed, able to make those informed decisions. You'll have the interpretations and the data, both around how are we doing on the ends? Are we achieving what we've said are the success signs for the mission of the organization? And are we doing so within the the foul lines that we set.
And when it comes to financial things, some of you have financial literacy at levels, others probably don't. And on a lot of technical things, whether when it comes to if we have limitations about development, okay, we might rely on those who are developing in that field to help the board set good policy. But you want to write the policy that then anybody can judge it. And that's where the interpretations come in. Is, it's sort of like, we use the dipstick check, but somebody else has taken the time to say, here's the appropriate ranges. Or I just had, my annual physical a month ago. We all get that. And you read the blood test results and there's the ranges, right? What we're looking for is, okay, so if the CEO comes back and says, my interpretation is we're going to do the following, we sort of set the range of expectation. And then it's about substantiating that's where we're at. And so for even things that are hard to quantify, it's much more simplified if we have agreed upon criteria. So concluding this part, and to move to our last two segments is, with core self-assessment, we're not going to spend much time on this other than we should, as we said earlier, you shouldn't just assess the ED's performance. You should also say, are we walking the talk on how we said we'd operate? Especially when you've had areas in which you're saying, okay, we're not gelling as a board the way that we want to. And if I'm hearing consistency with the 4 new board members whose insight was requested, it's like this is a golden opportunity to try to improve that structure and performance on our part. Your job is a lot less complex than the executive directors, but and so assessment doesn't have to have that level of formality, but no less important.
Yeah, and we could provide samples if this is an issue that you're interested in. What an evaluation might look like on a meeting by meeting basis and what an evaluation might look like on an annual basis.
I think from the evaluation standpoint, a pretty good start. We've had 3 surveys.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
well, in terms of comprehensive, but even simple thing as when we're saying we're advising for more informality in assessment. And sometimes, as you're wrapping up, we actually suggest consciously carving 5 or 6 minutes before a good. And so don't do that. How's everybody feel about today's meeting? Because that's not a good question, but just to say, all right, for the chair to say, I would like feedback. What worked particularly well about today's meeting and what could we have done better?
A regular meeting.
That's a regular meeting.
Yeah.
We're not. We'll ask you for that before we start. We're going to ask you that for 525, but for you as a board, that's the whole idea of how do we sort of touch base with each other. If it is, put it this way, and we haven't attended your regular meetings, but if a couple of people are dominating, if at the end of that, it's like, I think what could have been better, and I'd encourage the chair to try to, as discussed, try to balance out the airtime and invite those that have been quieter to participate more. That gives permission to the chair who might otherwise be hesitant to step in on those things. So that's please.
Did people show up? Were they prepared? Did they participate? Those kind of things.
So moving forward, I mean, say we wanted, because our strategic plan is not as defined as, your foul lines. If we want to move forward with setting up a new, policy and goals with the foul lines, how do you reckon the next step? Because normally we would have our executive director help us on this, yet we're in this transition.
Well, so that would be board work, and let us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's talk about next steps at the end, because again, that might imply our help. And this is a core of a lot of what we do.
Okay.
But it should not be an ED decision.
Okay.
And there is a lot of trade-off of, would there be benefit in waiting till the new ED is in place? But with where you're at, I think you would create a much better environment for the ED if you were to do this work concurrently and have it there for them. But we're not going to kid you. It means this doesn't just happen. The board has to work at it. Well, we can talk about that.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say, usually the ED sort of has been historically been the one that's organized this per se, which is good or bad. But if you guys I was thinking this seems like a great suggestions. How do we move forward?
And whenever we do this, like with today, the ED is not a client, the board's a client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say, like, Jason's not gone yet.
Yeah.
And by any means, like, should it be his decision? No. But I think that he might have some valuable input into how we could restructure that, would be more effective for the new ED.
Shorter. I was a little bit surprised that Jason's not still here because he implied he was gonna be here, but I can say from the conversation that with Ms. Warhover, who he referred to, who was CEO of like I think it's one of the two largest foundations in the Mountain Time Zone. And the work was high impact there, and from conversations we've had, I had no doubt, I can say with assuredness that Jason's expressed it. He would hope the board would pursue this kind of work for the benefit of successor.
He'd probably be more candid than he otherwise
Yes.
was.
Exactly.
So the policy component of all of this, like, it's gonna take a lot of work, but it seems like it's probably a little bit more well-defined. It's more defined in terms of like what's prudent and what isn't than the ins and the means part. I feel like we're really lacking clarity is policy and ins and means. Like,
So-
what is an in and what is a mean?
Right.
You've defined those for us, like with the definition.
But we can help you develop them. I mean,
Yes.
Well, I feel like that's what the board is lacking is our own definition, our own shared like alignment of what's an in and what is a mean. And I think like just going back to your example of like the food security example that you gave, like I don't operate in that space, so I don't mean to offend by generalizing for the sake of the example, but food is food, right? Like there's different qualities of food, but the dynamics of that are not quite comparable to housing. And we're in an environment where a unit is not enough. A bed is not enough. And that's been made very clear to us by the way the Brown Ranch process played out. And I feel like that is like, is there a process that whereby you've defined your ends, board defines their ends, and that those need to continue being redefined as time goes on and expectations change? And because there was a period of time where so long as we were delivering light tech properties that serves within a certain AMI and they were, financeable and constructible, that we were, being perceived as achieving our ends. But through the Brown Ranch process,
it should be
that's not
a
sufficient.
generative process that we often actually use the visual of like ends are like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. The job is never complete unless the world in which they're serving is static. But so they tend to be, if they're well defined, they guide you into the future. But as you achieve some of them and more needs arise, you're regenerating them. And the kind of systems board approach that we're talking about has, instead of, and that, yes, should a fresh look be taken at them every X years? Absolutely. But each year, the iteration of the CEO saying, here's the ends that you've got, here's the KPIs that we set for last year, here's how well we've done on them. Here's now the next level of KPIs. And the board ability to refine, okay, we want more specificity. So it isn't, it's unfortunate to us when boards say, okay, every 5 years, we got to really have a strategic view. We think that strategic view should be an inherent work of the board on a continuum. And then, so if the example we gave was rather simple, I mean, examples of the extraordinary complex environments in which the same principles apply. Which is, again, we can say, here's the mission, here's what we work on. But to say, here's the results that constitute success and measure ourselves against the incremental progress, because as Tom pointed out, in many cases, you're never 100% achievement. But, if we made achievement in certain areas, are there target audiences that we now need to give higher priority to? That would be an example of an ends refinement.
And interesting, that's Michael, actually, the food analogy I thought was really strong, because historically, the food banks was just food. But now it's advanced that just, you want to get healthy food. Because one of the biggest challenges is, as long as the bag of potato chips is cheaper than a bag of apples, you're not serving the community and the health of it. So
Great point, actually.
it's what I have to do, because we're now saying we want to have apples or the healthier food, so.
Not bad.
I mean, and it was interesting because we've worked with quite a few food banks, but, you know, 20 years ago, and you still see this today, most food banks measure their success by how many pounds of food they deliver.
Yeah.
And I can tell you from the inside, you find out, okay, we're close, you know, it's late September and we fall short of our Q3 pound goals. We gotta get some pumpkins out there. Bottled water, watermelons. Okay, so again, the way you know, what's easy to measure isn't always the right thing. So that's why I was having this
I
conversation.
think I stand corrected, like that was actually more applicable than I gave it credit for sure. But I guess I didn't even need to discredit that example.
But no, that's good. Well, thanks for that ownership. You know, it's interesting because we use lots of different examples of, you know, Maryland. And I said to Tom, I said, you want to use Maryland food back here? And he's like, I think there'd be a little bit of crossover. And it's like, yeah. Okay, let's move this last other conversation. Then we'll do open Q&A, which is we just wanted to feed a few things. We suggest that you put together at a board level. This would be a board team, a search committee. And that generally 5 is a pretty good target number, never more than 7. Primarily board members, but it might be very appropriate to include some key outside stakeholders that would be knowledgeable to your needs and process, and that have some experience in executive search as well. So that'd be a qualifier. We would suggest a charge to the committee, and we didn't really get to this, but for all board committees, rather than give them a list of tasks to undertake, focus on what's their deliverable. What is it? If they undertake their task well, what's the difference they've produced on our behalf? And in this case, an example would be implementation of you could choose national or regional search process, including screening of applicants and presentation of up to 3 candidates for board consideration by X week. And a key thing is anybody on that committee, and often if you work with a search firm, they'll ask everybody on the committee to sign an NDA. But that confidentiality through the process is crucial. Not just for the integrity
How
of
do
the
you
process.
process that, having 5 board members in a public meeting?
Well,
Executive session.
yes,
Like,
it's personnel issues get to go
Personnel
into.
issues, you go into executive session to do them.
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
We love those.
But that's why it's important to have non-board members on the committee, people who are conveyed to the larger community that this process is legit. It's trustworthy.
Right. And authority would be to give them a budget, and that's you have to include a search of services fee for the search firm. As well as we're going to be covering some travel, because when somebody's coming to a remote community, they're not going to want to only interview virtually. They're going to want to see the place. A couple other considerations.
The search firm usually gets paid a percentage of.
Usually up 20% in government. That's pretty good.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Often we see more 30 to 33. And that's usually with a guarantee that if in the first year it doesn't work, they do a research at no charge. But research, like I said, re-hyphen search. Again, what we would think would be that your immediate priorities would be to recognize that the importance of this process is going to be crucial, as Tom said, to your credibility. And so how this is conducted, that it isn't all clandestine, is very, very important.
Like the school board, they put out that survey, the whole community, what do you want to see in this, super and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take it to level school boards sometimes too, but you have a lot of pressure to make the same one. But there's a reason that public school board superintendent tenures in this country average less than 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. The coordination of the timeline, including vetting of search firms and announcing the search process, is up front. Start by considering, and by the way, we can send you like a template, what's called a position profile. This is different from the job description. This is what does a candidate need to read and understand about us in order to vet whether they think we're something we want them to apply for.
Well, what this, I think, is a place to ask this question. One of the things I've been wondering about is how we are going to message the search, because right now, we have a bill levy and it expires. We get funding through the end of 2027. So we have funding for 2026 and 2027.
Mhm.
And then we have absolutely no certainty whatsoever unless we go to the ballot, which
We have to go to the ballot in November of 27.
seems very, so basically, we're gonna have to hire, we're gonna be hiring someone.
Has less guarantees than they'd
And
want.
that we have no guarantee that we're gonna have money in 2028. So how do we, what are your recommendations?
No housing.
Well, that also might be, are there people who have experience in the public advocacy role that aren't gonna be bystanders to this, but that can also help lead it?
Yeah, and one of the challenges, of course, is once we actually go to the ballot, and as a government agency, whoever that ED then has to step down. So
Not step down, they can't advocate.
Can't advocate
They
for
can't
it.
publicly,
They can't publicly advocate. Yeah, not step down. Thank you. I know, guys.
but they can help you understand.
Yeah, and when we went to the ballot to get the mill levy in the first place, John was involved, Cole was involved, and it was a very hard sell there. No one thought it would pass. I mean, Cole, my famous statement I
What was
used.
your margin?
60-40.
Yeah,
You needed terrific.
but I will say,
41.
yeah, but Cole, but basically everyone said we hit a brick wall. Cole even said we'll do it at a sprint. But we won, but we had a year-long process, a community-wide process, getting that going, and, the clock is ticking on that. So I'm just saying, if you
I'm not gonna vouch to our experience of those being parallel courses, but both boards, more public boards do deal with mill levies a lot, and yeah, that it coincides with this. I mean, it might mean if you get somebody super high powered that, they might say, they might be in a position of negotiating a higher buyout or termination without cause provision, to get them to commit to serving you. But again, that's where a search advisor is going to come into. John?
I know the pros of hiring somebody locally here who knows what's going on. We have a potential maybe, but what are the cons? Hiring somebody from outside the area. Hiring somebody from inside the area.
I mean, if, I don't know, from inside there's pros, I think.
I know the pros.
Self-explanatory. I mean, the cons of hiring somebody is there somebody that would be knowledgeable that has no baggage in the community? I mean, if there's somebody that has tremendous equity and skills that also, comes from, it's not simply the development background, it's also running a government agency background. Those are the things you balance when you have multiple candidates.
So the association of that person, something else may bias, so.
Well, that's the key thing is if the cons would be, does that person carry negative biases from significant population constituents?
Are their connections more limited than someone with a more national reputation might have?
Commitment to transparency about the process with your staff and stakeholders is really, that doesn't mean, and again, we're talking about, if you're on that committee, you've got non-disclosure requirements. Okay, so that doesn't, people can say, oh, how many, you might be able to say how many people applied, but who were some of the applicants, or did so-and-so apply? And you need to just be, because again, let's say there is an applicant from the community who's currently really employed somewhere and wouldn't want their employer to know early in the process that they've even submitted. That's the type of thing we're talking about. Search firm selection, address the comprehensiveness of service and proposed timelines. Some will offer a flat fee based on, and some percentage. I'd like, if I'm in your shoes, to try to negotiate a flat fee, because that way, while they'll be involved in the negotiation, they don't have a flipped incentive on, or a capped percentage fee would probably be to your benefit. And find out their philosophy and approach to final candidates and interview selection. We could talk at length, but, and I'll stay after, but there's different elements of that. I think we thought it would be helpful to sort of throw an example of a timeline up, which is if you were to establish a committee by the end of this month, and
Sorry.
Yeah, and again, assuming you have the mill levy issue, okay, I would assume it's your goal to have an ongoing executive by the end of the year. Okay, we're 10 weeks into the year.
Hopefully.
Yeah, well ahead of that. So the idea would be April could be the window in which you're screening, vetting, and recommending a search firm to the board. The initial board meeting to formalize the timeline and protocol. Late April to mid-May, the search firm starts conducting the interviews and developing the formal position profile. And again, we could give you an example of things that might go into that. And would commence recruitment. This is a pretty expedited timeline, so I think faster than this might be a stretch, not impossible, but a stretch. It could have a likely application deadline by early July. And the search firm would typically, a common process would they would screen and vet candidates for the search committee's initial consideration. Often in the form of like a virtual candidate, both with maybe 8 to 12, just to get a sense of where UI is at on that. And that you would then identify, okay, who of these do we want to go deeper into deeper reference checks and background and things like that. And that you would conduct round one interviews in that time frame, maybe with 6 to 8 of those candidates. Select 3 finalists that you'd like to advance for board consideration. And then it's conceivable, we think by the latter half of August or early September that you could, as a board, make a selection and extend an employment agreement. And then assuming that person's currently employed, again, it therefore will probably be an October start.
Just to add on that, we probably want to have some sort of community, like the 3 members, some sort of community reception, so community members will come meet them also. They'll really need to
Of the candidates or
the candidates.
that's a choice to be made.
Because, I mean, that's kind of what seems to be done here for high-level positions. And we,
It's been done with like city manager, county manager, police chiefs, things like that. So it has been done. I would love to talk to like a search firm or whoever we work with on what they say.
Yeah, recommend.
If in the community you're at that high level of prominence, because there's downsides to that.
I mean, I recognize that too.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering if you had any thoughts on it.
But the absolute thought is, as soon as you hire the new CEO, there is a major welcoming event to the community for against that, things like that. And by the way, it's our suggested practice that you develop an employment agreement template for the in conjunction with the search consultant and your lawyer in time to provide to finalists before that final interview. So if we select you, we're not then throwing a contract in front of them. It's just maybe filling in the numbers. But if you then have somebody, well, I'm going to have to consider this contract. What you want to be able to do is have somebody be able to accept the offer within 48 to 72 hours. Because if they don't, at that point, you can quickly go to number 2 if it is a good number 2 without it having looked like you went to number 2. Mm-hmm. So there's different ways of
Thank you both. I'm sorry.
Our pleasure.
We made it to the end.
Yeah, so we said we'll open Q&A next steps by now. So
Maybe we should include housing. To,
Yeah.
housing what? Oh,
As part of the compensation package.
good work.
it would be unheard of.
Are you gonna send us these slides?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna send us these electronically?
We can send you a digital copy of this.
Thank you.
Yeah, or Jason has.
Okay.
So, yeah, just after the video. Yeah. Absolutely. So are there general Q and A's, and then for next steps, what we could certainly do if you're interested, is send you a service proposal of how we help boards develop the policies in the 4 categories to answer as I think Michael was implying, other than ends, what makes for sound delegations, what makes for sound fiscal controls, what makes for good communications with the board, they don't vary hugely from organization to organization. And what we usually do is develop very tailored templates that we bring to discussion that the board then fleshes out rather than starting from scratch. So we would develop, if you will, a templated, customized board policy manual, except for the ends. And with most boards, it takes a couple days to work through all the details of that, okay? But then ends is a separate retreat workshop because there is no template. And you could look at other housing organizations. We'd be interested if there's other that have goal statements you want to share. But as people said, Steamboat's a different market. And that's a thing that usually for the board to own and generate, and in that conversation, we have we don't start with a template, we start with facilitated prompts and brainstorming and filtering and walk out of here with like our own thing, and we would give you other examples to prompt your thinking about it from different environments of, wow, so literally in a day, you could have, in that day of work, a real draft that you would feel pretty solid about of, these are the results that we want to prioritize that would constitute mission fulfillment.
And Michael, like you were saying, developing the means policies, that's really kind of fiduciary work. And those you familiar with different kinds of thinking, the ends day is much more strategic and generative. Very different kind of approach.
So I would say yes, send us a service proposal, like the rest of the board things. I think we need a facilitator to help make this next step if we want to do it.
Yeah, that's fine. I think this is a subject we probably want to talk about at the 18th meeting.
Yeah, you're gonna want to debrief today on your own too.
I think that would be the best way to go.
Just given the fact that the board has been asked for very many special meetings, I think the 18th, the intent was to just focus on the two topics, and we would roll it over to the 26th, which is also a discussion of the mill levy, the beginning of the discussion of the mill levy. So, I mean, I'm really concerned about board burnout.
I mean, that's 4 weeks in a row.
I know.
And that's, and we want to say, if you're going to accomplish this, is going to be work, and you're going to have to deal with that trade-off of burnout versus what's our obligation to get this stuff in place before we have a new ED.
And as I said earlier, Kathy, I realize we're crunched in, but I still really feel that we need to have that discussion regarding the PCT and who our members are on that committee prior to the next meeting. Because there's a meeting the 26th of the morning of March 26th of our PCT meeting. We haven't even decided as the board who we want representing us. I mean, maybe it's the two that are on it, maybe it's not, but I really think we need to give everyone an opportunity to express their interest. I mean, as I said, we have 4 great new board members. Unless, Steve, you could maybe ask to bump that March 26th meeting with the PCT till after our March 26th board meeting.
That meeting was established back in February. The first time they could even meet was a month later. They wanted to meet sooner than that, not later than that.
So maybe can we have that on the March 18th meeting so we can at least know who we want to send to that March 26th meeting?
Who is?
Right now, Lou and I are on that committee, and if there needs to be a different, then yes, Catherine, we can schedule March 18th.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I was just hoping about the greater next steps in the proposal and.
I mean, if you're, for the 26th, we can easily, and we would send you a proposal that outlines, what's the protocol that, and we've done like what we would call full implementation services for 160 some organizations, probably 30 or 40, which at least were governmental. So aware of a lot of these nuances. And, we would ask that you consider it. It will lay out the work that's involved for you. We make it pretty turnkey, so people don't have to do a lot of prep between some facilitated meetings, but it's work for all. And it would be a preliminary proposal, and if there's response of other ways you'd want to tailor the protocol, we certainly have a conversation with you about that.
Like I said, I think we'd like to debrief, but getting a preliminary proposal from you guys, that'd be fun.
Yeah,
I think.
okay.
I think we should
No,
just like, so we know what it is we're talking.
Can I make one request?
So long, thank you.
First is that Kathy or the exec committee can develop an agenda. They send it out beforehand.
Yes.
And let us look at it, make comments, how we like to see it, make comments. That would sure help.
I think, look, Kathy, when we wanted to talk about 4 months in advance, what the agendas.
We will send you as a courtesy, an example of a board meeting planning, board agenda planning policy that helps set that up.
And John, I think we may not even need, I think that this new structure, we may not need to use it. We may not even need it, except because we're more board inclusive focused.
With what's left, we would welcome any constructive feedback about how we serve you today, what worked well for you, I think we can say the objectives, we sort of have the content aligned with that, but we would welcome your thoughts on how the day went from what you were hoping to get out of it.
The interaction picked up when we started talking about teams. And I think that was one of the things.
We know you were looking forward to that. We were pleased with the interaction on a lot of the topics.
Yeah, and so, interaction and the team discussion. It's led to a lot of questions. And so I think those are the things that we need to think about. Also, think internally, we need to at least look at the 2025 board survey, make sure we all understand what it says in there. Because there's some really good stuff that we need to focus on, which hopefully will make them changes.
The agenda review has been a focus of ours to plan several months in advance. The problem is when you're in the real estate business, which we are, there are things that come up that need immediate attention. So our best plans still may need adjusting on a go-forward basis. Okay.
I mean, the ATED came out of nowhere.
It did.
It came out.
Well, it came out of,
We had a property management team meeting that day that just out of nowhere, Yampa, and I was like, oh, then was that special meeting, like, oh.
Before everybody, let me just say, we appreciate, we hope your objectives for the day were significantly met, not exceeded in some areas, and certainly we welcome any other feedback, and if there's a chance to help further, let us know. But we thank you.
It turned out better than I expected.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
It is just,
Expectation.
it's,
Hopefully provocative, but
Very low.
it's like the partner in the beginning with.
Under promise and over deliver, right?
when I read your pre-read stuff, my expectations went.
Yeah, it is true. The pre-read stuff is very quantitative. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I like that. You guys,